just let me know when you're ready. We're ready, okay. Welcome to the Select Board meeting of April 26th. This meeting is being recorded and broadcast by ECAT. We have 3 members of the Select Board here. I'm Dottie Fulgenetti.
I'm Craig Barger.
I'm Jamie Stebbins.
And Select Person Lamb and Stacy are not able to be with us tonight, so we do have a quorum. The Select Board is opening our meeting at 6:30 and moving immediately into executive session under Purpose 6 of Mass General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 21A, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property of land situated at the southeast corner of the intersection of Washington Street and Main Street. If the chair declares that an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on negotiating position of the public body, the Select Board will return to open session in time to join the joint meeting with the Finance Committee at 7 p.m. So I would take a motion and a second and a roll call vote to go into executive session to return to open session.
So moved, Barger.
Second, Stebbins.
Barger and Stebbins?
Barger, yes.
Stebbins, yes.
And Fulgenetti, yes. So thank you. We'll be back by 7 o'clock. Back to the select board meeting. Tonight's April 26th, and we're having a joint meeting with the select board and the finance committee. The select board was just in executive session, has come back out, so just because there's new people here, I just want to kind of give the preliminary preamble on this. This meeting is being recorded. It's broadcast live on ECAT's channel and available on demand. We have 3 select board members here tonight, myself, Dottie Fulgenetti.
Craig Barger.
Jamie Stebbins.
So we do have a quorum. Select board member Jen Stacy and Mark Lamb are not able to be here with us tonight. So our meeting is open. Patrick, if you want to open the finance committee meeting and have your members introduce themselves.
So this is the Finance Committee. We do have a quorum. I am Patrick Helen, the chair.
Mike DePietro.
Kelly Lamb.
Robert Jenkins.
Jay Olson.
Christina DiNapoli.
Brian DiNardo.
All right, terrific.
We're split on 2 tables now.
Oh, who's down there? Oh, and Tim Pomosi. Sorry about that, and Shireen Diaz. Wow, there's a lot of people on the finance committee.
I actually feel bad now.
All right, so we are going to get started right away. We had a really late night Monday, and it looks like it's going to be a late night tonight too. So we're going to start with the Easton Public Schools. Dr. Corral, if you want to come up.
For folks following along with the Finance Committee with the line item budgets, the school department is page 43.
Good evening. I am Dr. Alicia Cabral, Superintendent of Schools. I am joined this evening by our new Finance Director, Andrea Starzhevsky. I would ask you to indulge us for a moment. I would just like to give Andrea the opportunity to introduce herself to you and to the community. We're very, very happy to have her on board.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cabral. Thank you. I have over 12 years of public, private, and municipal accounting experience. My most recent position was a director of finance for a really small city in California. I'm very grateful to be back here in Massachusetts and working for the school department here in Easton, and I'm actually currently a resident of Easton, but thank you very much for your time.
Welcome.
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 So Andrea and I have put together this presentation for you. I will begin. I just want to note that that photo up top is from our new Blanche Ames Elementary School. We look forward to having an open house for everyone in August when the project is much more closer to completion. But this is an example of one of the interactive items that we have for children to be able to engage with as just part of their walk along the hallway of the school. So we look forward to sharing that with you. So I just wanted to begin with an overview of our process and considerations when we do the budget every year. As you know, we're close to a $50 million budget, and we take this very seriously. We have many stakeholders. We have over 600 employees, and we literally try to engage every one of them in our process. Because we have many roles and many responsibilities, we want to make sure that the experts that are providing the services in many different aspects are able to give us their feedback and suggestions as we move forward with our priorities. We do start with our strategic plan every year. That review is done at the school level with all staff members. That is then taken, and every staff member gives input into how we can better meet the needs of every single student. Where are we falling short? What plans do they have? What do they think will help us to close any achievement gaps or shortcomings that we have for students? That input is then presented by the individual principals to the entire cabinet or the leadership team of the district. And as they present those priorities, it gives the leadership of all of the buildings an understanding of what's happening beyond their current sphere. Right? They're focused on their school and their priorities and their age group, but it's very important for them to know where the budget is doled out and what the priorities are across the district. After that takes place, the executive team, which is the central office administration, reviews all of the priorities put forth. We then rank them based on need. I will talk about the targets that we use in the next slide. in order to do that. And then the staff has a final review, and we actually have a budget presentation meeting that I'm going to start up again this year since COVID. We're going to have that in May. And then, of course, public presentations. The school committee has voted on this budget, presentations to you, and certainly, of course, culminating with the town meeting. So the targets that we use as a staff in the Easton Public Schools really focus on 3: reactive and essential, proactive and strategic. And just by way of review, reactive or essential are those things that are actually a reaction to a current need. It's something we're not meeting, whether it's legislatively, whether it is an essential goal for our kids, whether it's a mandate from the Department of Education or elsewhere. Proactive is when we know something is coming. It's imminent. Again, it could be legislation, it could be a mandate, it could be a needs improvement from one of our many, many, many audits that take place in every aspect of our system. And strategic is planning for the evolving needs of the district. What does our staff see going forward? We want to make sure that we're always doing a vision of all 3, not necessarily tied to funds, because some of these we're able to make happen due through some creative efficiencies or some cost neutral options, or we do partnerships with community partners or other school districts, etc. Regressive, unfortunately, I did have to add that a few years ago because we were beyond reactive. We had a very difficult budget year, and we actually went backwards as a district. And if you remember, we had some significant layoffs both at on the town side and in the schools, but I'm happy to report we're not there this year. And innovative we added because our staff really has a phenomenal capacity, and their visioning goes beyond what is strategic that other districts are doing or other districts are visioning. We really feel like we have unique vision. We're quite a way away from that in terms of our actual year-to-year funding, but we always have an eye on it because grants are available or opportunities for partnership again with businesses and such are available. And we want to make sure that our visioning is not tied to dollars. As I said, we want to make sure that we are constantly looking at ways that we can provide the very best for our students. This year, these are some specific things. Again, I won't go over everything. This certainly is not the entire budget. I just put some highlights here. Reactive and essential, the reason these are sort of color-coded this year is because the items that are in red have been reactive for some time. And we're trying to address them in this year or next year's budget. The coordinator, which is in yellow, was a proactive need. I apologize for the little funky alignment there on proactive. The point of reactive, though, is after something is proactive for so many years, it eventually moves to reactive by nature. And then special education programming actually started in strategic. It's been there for quite some time, so then it moved to proactive, and now it's upon us for next year. I'll give you a little bit more detail about just these that we've picked out to illustrate some of the needs that we have in the district this year. So this is not in any order of priority, but we do have some areas that I think will sound very familiar, as some of you have heard, again, some of these items for several years now, but we have prioritized these as our most critical reactive needs at this time. English learner staff, pre-K enrollment. I'm going to describe how that's changed significantly, especially with the building or almost completion of the new Blanche Ames Elementary School. Secondary counseling and special education coordination, a program addition, and a DEIA coordinator. I'll explain those again for illustrative purposes. In terms of English language learners, these are the many laws and regulations that we must adhere to in serving our English learners. In Easton, we actually refer to the children. The program is the EL program. The children are multilingual learners. We feel that English learners has sort of generated a negative connotation when in fact being multilingual is actually a great strength that should be celebrated. And so our ML students, we have some both federal and state laws that we need to adhere to on the services that we need to provide them. By way of a brief explanation, we have 6 levels. Students are assessed annually if they are identified as an ML, and there are 6 categories that they can be put into based on these assessments that are done across the Commonwealth. For levels 1, 2, or 3, the requirement is for us to provide 2 to 3 periods a day, period meaning no less than 45 minutes. So you can imagine that's a great deal of time for a student to be receiving 1-to-1 or at most 1-to-5 ratio services. But level 1 is literally a newcomer. We have students that are coming into the district really at every grade level that speak no English whatsoever. And so those level 1 students get the most intensive need. And then it exponentially changes level 2, level 3. Levels 4, 5, and 6 require at least 1 period of 45 minutes a day. And again, both of these are with a licensed English as a second language teacher, which we do have in the district. You can see how this has grown in our district from 2019 to 2023. In 2019, I did a presentation just like this about how far behind we were in our staffing for our ML students, and how our students simply are not getting that level of instruction every day in English. But you can see, compared to FY23, just how much that's grown. We've gone from 56 students who are 1, 2, or 3, again, the most intensive needs, to 64 students this year. And the transitional level, 10 students, is now 40 students. If we quantify just the minimum number of minutes that they should be receiving instruction, that did not change on here. Okay. That comes out to 25,200 hours, has increased to 28,800 hours. The service hours for levels 4, 5, or 6 has gone from 2,250 hours to a required 9,000 hours. Since 1999, we've only added 1 ESL teacher. We have a total of 4 right now. 4 people cannot provide over 35,000 hours of instruction per week. So it's clear that we're not meeting that need. In addition, I apologize that the next slide is cut off on the bottom, but we have 2 considerations with this. One is that per federal regulations, every student who then is exited from the program, in other words, a student transitions up to level 6, but then due to their assessments and the input of the ESL teacher, they transition out of the program, they still need to be monitored for 2 years. So this service does not include the ESL provider monitoring all the students who have exited for an additional 2 years, which is many more students. They need to make sure that students aren't prematurely exited, that they're not having significant difficulty accessing the curriculum, and they have to provide services if they do. So the 4 that we have, and 4 people who are not bilingual, who are providing these services is woefully inadequate. And one of the points I always make about our regressive needs is that what we're asking for in our budget to meet those needs doesn't necessarily mean that that is now satisfied. So in this budget that we put forward to the school committee that we're presenting this evening, it includes 2 more ESL teachers. That does not provide the service that is required. We're trying to make incremental gains toward that. And so that's why the budget includes 2 of those professionals. Pre-kindergarten enrollment. What you see here is an illustration of the number of students we have in August and June. Why does that change? Pre-kindergarten is largely a special education program, but we're not, any special education program can't have over 49% of the students in the program be special education designated. And so for every student in the special education program, we need to have 1 to 2 what we call community peers, or neurotypical students. So students age into these services when they are 3 years old. Unlike anything else in the school department, a student can actually matriculate into pre-kindergarten any month of the year, whether it's September, whether it's June. And so we always have increased enrollment in our pre-K program throughout the school year. That's typical for us. What has it been? It's usually been about 20 students every school year, as you can see from FY19 and 20. Clearly, FY21 was an anomaly because of COVID. FY22, we're getting back to our regular numbers, but there were still lingering effects from COVID. You can see now, especially with the building of the Blanche Ames Elementary School, we have more students signed up as of August 1st than ever before. In addition to that, that's this year. Even though halfway through the year we were moving to a new building, we expected, honestly, an increase maybe next year or the year after. We had these students show up. We actually, as of right now, are technically out of compliance with the number of special education students we have, because we can't deny a student that's in need of special education services. By the same token, we can't ever predict how many will come to us. So it's always sort of an exercise in trying to be prepared. But this is something that you can't even use longitudinal data to predict, because we never know in any particular year or cohort how many students are going to be in need. So we do our very best. The department understands, but we do in fact have 105 students as of April 1st, when I started putting these slides together. So we expect even more by the end of the school year, because any child that ages in, who's 3 years old, who ages in the month of April, the month of May, or the month of June, also needs to be matriculated into our program. So already we have 15 and counting. This year, for last year's budget, this year I had to open 2 new sections of pre-kindergarten. For next year I have to open 3. So we have an increased enrollment. We can't deny students, which really isn't our business anyway. We want students coming in, but because of that, we have some significant pre-K needs. And because it's a special education program, it affects our special education staff as well. In addition, we have some significant mental health issues, particularly with our secondary students. I'm sure you're all aware, you see it in the media, this is not an Easton issue. This isn't a Commonwealth issue. This is a national and frankly a global issue. The Surgeon General said today the defining public health crisis of our time is the increase in youth mental health needs. We certainly can attest to that. Just in terms of IEPs, or individual education plans, you can see that the most we have in the district is at Oliver Ames High School. With that said, 10% of all students on an IEP, about 700 currently in Easton, are qualifying because of an emotional disability only. And then almost half of those students are outplaced or out of district, either in a day placement or in a residential program, which, as we've spoken about before, can be upwards of $250,000 per year per student, are due to an significant emotional disability, to the point that we are unable to service them in our school department. Requests for tutoring for students that are home or hospitalized due to psychiatric needs or confinement at their house, significant anxiety or depression, have gone up. In 21-22, there were 24 students. In 22-23 so far, as of March 30th, there were 30. So that number is increasing. We have 20 students in Easton who are currently homeless, in shelters through DCF, or in foster care. These students require intensive needs on our end. Again, you may be aware, a systemic issue around us and again in the country is the lack of mental health resources to address these needs, the lack of placements for students who are having these needs. All that does is have the parents turn to the school system. We are their next line, and we are the ones who are providing these mental health services. 4 or 5 years ago, I presented to you that all of our school adjustment counselors going forward, we now mandate in Easton that they're double certified, that they receive a certification through the Department of Education as a school adjustment counselor, but they also have clinical experience and license as a licensed mental health worker or a licensed social worker, because we're finding that we're needing to actually provide counseling services at that level to our students. DEIA coordination. DEIA stands for Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, and Accessibility. One of our very strong core values in Easton is to make sure that everyone has a sense of belonging in our district. We've had a lot of initiatives that have been taking place. Here's a partial list of them. But what we're finding is that we don't have 100% coordination. We don't have someone in the district whose lens is on this work in everything we do at all times. This is critical for us. We had talked about perhaps sharing a position with other departments. We really feel as though this is critical just for the Easton Public Schools. One staff member really isn't enough, but at least we can have somebody who's focusing on coordinating and better yet, communicating these efforts out to the community. We're finding that a lot of people don't know that these things are happening, which is not to anyone's advantage, because we cannot then solicit participation from people in the community, and they can't access what we have to offer them in terms of services. Transformation requires an investment in personal and interpersonal development, awareness, creation of shared cultural practices, and the redesign of inequitable systems which inherently exist in all of our systems at the same time. And unfortunately, when things happen in our district and we're drawn to different priorities and putting out different fires, direction is taken from this, and we can't endure that any longer. Our kids can't endure that any longer. And so we're looking for a focus on this work. In terms of some ancillary budget influencers, we do, of course, expect central administration rent to be gone. So that's wonderful. That's a recurring expense that we don't have any longer. It was over $90,000 a year. Blanche Ames utilities, we actually just got our first utilities bill, even though we're in a few months into the year, so we were hoping by now we'd kind of have an idea of what it's going to be on a regular basis. Unfortunately, we don't have that yet because they gave us several months at once. Food service, I had possible because that's going back and forth between whether that's going to be provided at the federal level, to continue to be provided at the federal level, and retirements. I think maybe inadvertently I had that in a larger font. It wasn't intentional, but that is a reality for us. And no matter what industry you're in, I'm sure you're probably seeing the same issues that we're seeing. We're having a much harder time finding people. We're having a much harder time finding qualified people. All of the recent graduates from education programs, similar to nursing schools, issues that they're having, first of all, they're kind of running away from education right now based on what has happened in the last few years with COVID, but also they've never had that real-time in-person experience that is really important, for example, nursing, as it is for schools. A lot of practicums for student teaching were put on hiatus with colleges throughout the COVID pandemic, and so we have a lot of kids that have never been in the classroom before who are applying. In addition, we have a lot of people who are retiring early. Again, that's across the Commonwealth, and so we have less of a pool to draw on. So that is something that we've been able to rely on in the past, and now we're having to offer higher and higher steps to attract people into our district. And then as far as our expenses, of course, as always, we have contract negotiations. We still have 3 of our contracts that are open for next year, so that's still an unknown for us. Technology procurement cycle. We were very fortunate to be able to leverage federal funds during the COVID pandemic to go 1-to-1 or have put a Chromebook in every child's hand. It has revolutionized our practice. However, that comes with a new procurement cycle. We can't just let them all die at the same time. we can't let them die at all. And a much higher level of software needs. And so both of those we're trying to navigate because you intentionally plan one-to-one programs to slowly be incorporated into your district. This was almost literally overnight. And so we are trying to now figure out what that is going to be. As you can imagine, students using computers with adult supervision in a computer lab is much different than every kiddo sticking a Chromebook in their backpack and lugging it home on the bus every day, taking it to practice, throwing it on the floor. And so we really don't know with any certainty what the useful life of these are going to be. So we're sort of still navigating that very high expense line. Transportation contract, the proposal we received is almost a full % higher. We're in current negotiations. The increased enrollments I spoke about, and out-of-district costs. In October, all schools in the state were notified that the special education costs for out-of-district placement has been approved to go up to 14%. Just for clarification purposes, in the last decade almost, the increases have averaged 1 or 2% a year. In the last, again, almost 10 years, it has not gone up as much as 14%. And we were notified that it is going up 14% in 1 year. We are working with our legislative delegation to give them some short and long-term suggestions of how we might be able to mitigate that. But as of now, that is our reality. And again, that represents a full 1% of our budget in those increased costs. Now to talk numbers with you. This is just a screenshot from what we get from the Department of Education every year based on what their foundation formula prescribes for the cost of educating a child every year. They are showing that Easton has a 4.56% estimated increase in operational costs over FY23, and that's without the students. This is based on our October 1st report, so that doesn't include all the students that have matriculated into the system since then. So DESE alone is saying that we are looking at a 4.5% increase. Our rollover in personnel with contractual increases was 3.5%. And then our increases in the necessary staff I spoke of, the enrollment, the mental health support, that was almost 1%. So just that was 4.47, still under the DESE recommendation or prescription. However, of course, we don't have 4.5% in Easton for that. Our total increases, including the operational and transportation increases I talked about, brings us to 6.2. That's even further from reality, as you can imagine. We did an exhaustive practice. We went back in all of our, every single budget line. We have consolidated some positions, we have eliminated some positions, and we have created some cost efficiencies where we were able to actually subtract 1.4 million from our budget that we were looking for going forward. So then the total increases over FY23, including wages, is just over 1.3 million for a flat 3% increase. And as I'm sure Connor Reed has explained, we are at a balanced budget for the town right now with this 3%. And so this is what we are respectfully presenting to you, what the school committee has voted on for our increases for next year. It is important to note that part of the reductions we made, we were able to do because we are leveraging grants and revolving accounts. So for those that don't deal with grants and revolving accounts regularly, those are finite funds, and we're using them for staff. And so we have to be mindful, and we are very mindful as a district, that we're not in the clear. In the next few years, we're going to have to slowly matriculate that staff back into the operating budget, or we're going to have significant cuts as those grants and revolving funds dry up. So I just want to make it clear that that is something we're paying very close attention to. Aside from staff, it is our SEA grant during COVID. We always have an extended school year in the summer for special education students. In fact, it's mandated by law. That is in our operating budget. But we were able to add, through federal ESSER funds and ARPA funds, we were able to add SEA, our Summer Enrichment Academy, for students who don't qualify for special education services. That has been far more popular than we anticipated. Our staff is so great, they actually make it really fun to be in school in the summer. But also we found that what the grants were designed for, and I think what most of us actually expected, was that within 2 to 3 years, after an 18-month to 2-year stagnation in education, that we would have these students back on track. And what we're seeing is that from a lot of factors, with the mental health issues and the educational slide that students made, it's not happening as fast as all of us had hoped. And again, that is not unique to Easton by any means. And so we've kept that program going. We want to keep that going in the future, but that's one of the things that the personnel is in a grant right now. I don't want to end on any kind of a negative note, so I do want to point out that due to the generosity of the taxpayers in this town, due to our creative manipulation of certain things, and the opportunities we've had with the amazing community partners in Easton, whether it's Raising Multicultural Kids or the YMCA, or I won't even start naming them because I'll leave someone out. We've been able to realize some very significant goals for the children of Easton. And I will go over these, even though you can read them, because they're super important. And I think that, sometimes when we're always reaching toward goals and we're constantly in a regressive budget, it's easy to lose sight of these achievements and these wins for our kids. And these are all things that we've been able to move forward in the last 5 to 6 years. So free full day kindergarten, I can't say enough about that. You heard me in this room 10 years ago talking about the importance of that. It took us a while, but we got it. This is so important for the equity and access of education for all of our kids. The Chromebook 1-to-1, we have that now. We want to make use of it and leverage it. Special education coordinators, this budget proposes one for the high school. The reason I pointed out that the high school has the most individual education plans is because it's our only school right now that doesn't have a coordinator. And so we really feel as though that's necessary going forward. It's also going to free up our 2 school psychologists, and that's going to give us more mental health services for our kids. The in-district special education programs, again, thanks to the generosity of the people in this town, we've been able to keep so many of our kids in our district. Students that we previously had to outplace because we couldn't serve them. Now we have 4 special education programs in all 4 schools. We're putting in our last one at one of our schools this year, and that will make us complete. Again, as you saw earlier, we will always have out-of-district placements. We'll always have children who are too medically fragile or too needy for us to be able to serve in our district, but that number is the lowest that it's ever been. We want our students with their peers in their neighborhoods, in our beautiful new building that we have, and we've been able to accomplish that. It does, and it also comes with financial savings, which of course is great. Our goal is to get the kiddos with us, but it does have financial savings with it as well. Interventionist and coaching program, something we've never had before. This is all pre-special education. When we are identifying through our processes individual students that are needing a backfill in skills, some essential foundational skills, whether it's in math or reading, which are what the interventionists work with students on. This is all pre-special education. What we don't want is, as a youngster is developing these really essential fundamental skills, that if they aren't able to get tier 2 and 3 supports, or which are extra doses, we call them. It's not necessarily more intensive, but it's extra doses. They get the tier 1 in the classroom, and they get extra doses during the school day. Before a special education or cognitive disability or developmental disability is indicated. We want to make sure we've exhausted all our options. Again, it is cost saving, but it's by far a better service to students. Our Summer Enrichment Academy I spoke of, we have a human resources department. We've had over 600 staff members for quite some time, and I was the human resources department and like 5 other people partially. It is not doable. It honestly left the town open for great liability, and I'm just not a human resources professional. I'll say that. So we have been able to create a very small but very well-functioning department. Early Colleges and Career Pathway Program, that's at the high school. Oliver Ames now, we have matriculation agreements with several colleges and universities where students can earn college credits while they're in high school, which is very different from AP or dual enrollment programs, which are one-offs. We're actually creating pathways. You're interested in business, we want you to take 3 or 4 classes at Bryant before maybe you apply. You're interested in mental health, we want you to get 3 or 4 classes in a mental health program before you apply to that school. It's a much more robust program. And career pathways for students who want to explore careers other than or maybe in addition to college. We have a child care program now, for example, which I'm going to jump ahead to the staff daycare program is now going to serve as a lab. It's coming to us as a cost-neutral proposal with our partners at the YMCA. We're providing the space, they're providing the service, and it will serve as a lab for our child care students at Oliver Ames. South Shore Consortium, that's a consortium of 10 districts. We have an intermunicipal agreement among us, and it serves the early college and career pathway program. I might have 2 kids who are interested in a particular program. I can't run a course on that. I can't hire a Bridgewater professor to teach that. So what we do is we combine our efforts, and they're all local. And Avon or Norton or we provide the location. We chip in and we pay for the professor. And I might send 3 kids, another class I might send 15 kids, but we're able to service a lot more students this way. And it's the first in Massachusetts of its kind. Scheduling and special education audits have been done, and now we are taking a look at how we can maximize our efficiency, not just in funding, but also in our human resources and the hours we spend on certain things. Our community partnerships I spoke of, we have math, science, and ELA programs that are new to our elementary schools. Those have been vetted very carefully. They're all research-based. The staff is being trained on them. You could never do all 3 at once. That's why it's been a 6-year process. We are working on a new website. Communication is key for us. We're finding again that a lot of people are really unaware of what we offer. We have a lot of meetings. We send out a lot of correspondence and communication. That's not how people communicate now. Our website is woefully inadequate for our needs. We're finding that people will go there, maybe give us 2 or 3 clicks, and then go out and then presume we don't have information on that. And so we're doing an all-district effort, which we hope will go live in September so that people can easily access all of the resources we do have for families and children. Public relations and professional development, we've been able to have the staff trained, not just on crisis response that we do with our wonderful first responders here, but how to actually respond to that in the media, in the press, with parents. And we've gotten really good feedback from parents when we've had issues with the way that we've been handling them. We have a school resource officer, and we are hoping to continue that program. It's been very successful this year. SEL is social emotional learning. We've never had actual assessments in programming to be able to determine who's struggling when. And we put this in place literally right before COVID. And you can imagine how much that has helped us in being able to identify the needs of our students. Youth risk survey data that we use, again, in cooperation with the YMCA and Easton Wings of Hope, we're able to get information about risky student behavior and proactively try to meet those needs as opposed to always reacting to them. Central registration, students will be able to, parents will be able to register their children now in central office since we're finally located on campus. It's going to be a much better level of service to all of our families. And of course, goes without saying, the near completion of the Blanche Ames Elementary School. Again, thank you so much to the people of Easton for supporting such an effort. We look forward to sharing it with you and for the community to see, whether you have children, grandchildren or not, how you can make use of this beautiful, beautiful building very soon. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. We're going to start with Finance Committee.
Finance Committee, questions?
I have a question. So you talked about the ML students and not really being able to service all the hours that they really need. What happens? I mean, can we get in trouble for that?
Unfortunately, unlike special education, it's not a law right now. It's a recommendation. It's a very strong recommendation, and we agree with the recommendation. We can't actually get in trouble for it, but we are not providing the services that our kids need. So we're really working hard to get to that point where we can.
Okay, and then my other question
So
is,
I'm sorry, the short of it is we can't technically get in trouble,
Yeah,
but for us, it's not providing the services that we know
that they
kids need.
Yeah. And then for the percentage of out-of-district students, how does that compare to other districts?
Our number of
Yeah.
students, it's actually much lower.
Okay.
There are a lot of districts that don't have any, as we were prior to 6 years ago, that don't have any in-district programs. And there are some that are able to have more. Brockton, for example, or Taunton, they have a lot more resources than we do. When I was in New Bedford, we had a medically fragile program. We just don't have the numbers here, fortunately. But comparatively, our numbers are very good. And as I said, they're the lowest they've been, frankly, ever. And they keep declining. Not only because we're able to have students enter these programs instead of being outplaced, but because we are able to bring students back from outplacement who may have been there for several years, because now we're better able to meet their needs. And we have some model programs to the point that we actually are renting out 2 of our classrooms to a special education collaborative who is using those classrooms and has their students who are medically fragile in our schools. It's been phenomenal, that interaction and engagement between our students and their students. So it's been very successful for us.
Is that at Blanche James or is that?
It's at Richardson Olmsted right now.
Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else on this side?
Yeah, just another question I had. The DEIA coordinator,
Yes,
you're looking to hire one, so we don't have one?
we don't have one.
Huh, interesting. Are you filling that position internally, or are you outreaching?
We've advertised it both internally and externally. We're working to fine tune our job description right now because, well, we do this with everything, frankly. We want to make sure that we tailor what our Easton needs are to Easton. And so we're actually fine tuning that right now.
Just one for me, Dr. Cabral. Thanks
Sure.
for the presentation. I like to compare things. I don't know if you have this, but I'm just curious if you could tell us the amount we spend per student compared to like similar school districts in the area.
Per pupil expenditure? We've been in the bottom 20% of the state for quite some time. And we're below the state average currently.
What is the state average?
It's approximately $17,000 per student.
And we're below that?
Yes.
This would be then addressed for Connor. This isn't probably a direct result of the minimums that we're getting from the state.
Dr.
Brawl as well,
I
yes.
think that Dr. Brawl and I can both add perspective to that, but yes, I mean, one of the graphs that we included in our overall budget message shows the kind of real impact of being a minimum aid community. For anyone watching for first time, minimum aid means that there's a kind of complex funding formula at the state level that looks at Easton from a variety of economic and educational social perspectives and makes a determination on whether or not additional state funding is needed to get us to minimum spend levels for quality education. Easton's been minimum aid for quite some time, which means, with the exception of last year and hopefully this coming year, that translates to $30 of new state funding per pupil, which for a district Easton's size is about $100,000 of new state revenue per year for a $45 to $47 million district, which is about 0.25%. Over the 13 years since 2010, Chapter 70 increases have represented only 6% of the budget needs that have grown from schools. So I think it would, financially, I certainly programmatically defer to the superintendent, but financially, yes, being minimum aid forces not just the schools, but the whole community, because we're a shared general fund budget, into a position where you're trying to make smart, reactive decisions that can still make some progress over time, but I don't know if there's any minimum aid districts outside of some communities that have average tax bills double ours who are above average per pupil spending.
Well, then a sincere thank you for squeezing a lot of stuff out of the rock that you have. That's quite impressive. Thank you.
Anything else on our side?
Tim and Shireen?
Oh, I forgot we have a half side. Some people have been upgraded to the big kids table.
Dr. Cabral, I'd just like to mention, I think tonight's an have time to do it, but thank you on behalf of the folks on the school planning committee. Seeing the last bullet point of the plan change here complete. We could talk for hours about the work and the thousands of bullet points that go into the plan completion of that. Thank you to you, thank you to the school committee, the public, the students, the teachers, and the volunteers that put a lot of time and effort into that, and still making all the other points to meet the budget where you're at today is very impressive. So, in short, because of a long night, thank you.
And thank you, as a member of the school planning committee, thank you very much for all you've done.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can you share any statistics on where Easton ranks with the MCAS as compared to the state? And do you have readily available the percentage of students graduating from high school? What percentage goes on to a 4-year college or a 2-year college or a 1-year program?
Thank you.
We had a great presentation on the highlights of the district, but it seemed to focus more on the younger population. And I was wondering if you had any information that you can share about the high school.
I do. And Shireen, I absolutely have those figures. I don't have them tonight for the sake of brevity. However, I will forward them to both committees. We are almost consistent, or when I say almost, we are consistently over the state in MCAS, but that's not our goal, right? Our goal is to be higher than that, of course. And so, unfortunately, during COVID, there were a lot of changes with how MCAS was not only done, the validity of it, frankly, because of how it was sort of done, and how the designations have been given out in terms of comparison. So we had very strong longitudinal data on that up to COVID. We're sort of rebuilding that again now. But our graduation rate has always been 99%
Awesome.
Yes, and we've actually increased the number and the diversity of the colleges and universities that our students are now attending, in part through our efforts through the early college program and our wonderful guidance department.
Okay, thank you.
I have something else. It's more of a comment than a question. I just want to thank you for finding a way to keep the DE&I coordinator in the budget. I know our student demographics are changing, besides having more mental health problems and seeing kids with different abilities. We've gone from being 90% white to 75% white. And so it's really, really important that we have the expertise to make sure all those students have a sense of belonging. So thank you for that.
It's been a long time need. Again, it's been sort of on us to take little pieces of it. That's not good enough, in my estimation. We have been asked, for good reason, for what's available to us, to consistently provide level service budgets. That's technically not level service, so I did add it, and I prepared Connor for the fact that I was adding it, because I was sort of flying in the face of the directive. That makes perfect sense, because our students can't wait any longer. We really need to get that in there. And so everything else, I do consider level service. Higher enrollment, we're still serving our kids. That's level service. It's just more kids. mental health needs. We're still giving those same services to kids. There are just more of them, right? I feel as though this is one of our most important priorities. And as I explained to the school committee, who of course was very supportive of it, this is where our lens now is for everything. For hiring, for resources, for materials. The Blanche Ames was created 100% accessible. We want to make sure all the materials and resources in it are diverse and inclusive. And that's true for all of our schools. We strongly believe that your values should be judged by what you're willing to invest in it and what you're willing to focus on it. And we feel as though we've made a lot of investments. I mean, I didn't really go through everything on the list, and there are more things that we're doing, but we know as teachers, things need to be a consolidated effort, and they need to be communicated well to people. And so we want to make sure that we can expand upon what we're doing, but also make sure that the entire community is included. I've often said that DEIA efforts is not a school issue. We're a microcosm of this community. If our students are going home and they're hearing conflicting information between the trusted adults in their lives, that can be really problematic. And so we really work hard to educate parents about what we're doing. We want to use the same language that parents are using so that we know just the transference of skills is easier if the same verbiage is used across. I've met with faith-based leaders, my superintendent advisory committee, of which RMK is a member. We have many different subgroups represented, and we share our core values with them in our vision statement and the verbiage that we use so that we invite them to use that with our children in the other facets of their life, so that we can work together as a community. And it's something that's very unique to Easton, more than any district I've ever worked with, that level of collaboration. And so we want to make sure we leverage that. And so, yeah, just to speak to that again, I'm glad that you support that. I did, sort of fly against instructions on that, but we feel that it's very important.
Thank you.
So I would just say the stress that social media has put on school systems for the last 15 years, and I hope that we're starting to see a cultural shift and understanding. I love the comparison of social media to the ocean, right? We teach our kids how to swim, right? And we give them, start them out with a bubble, and we teach them in second grade. Like we think so much about water and learning the skills to be able to swim, and then we continue to supervise them even after we've taught them all the skills. And with social media, we haven't learned yet, and I think that's changing. I think people are learning that unsupervised, you're throwing your children out in the ocean and you're hoping that they're going to swim, and then we're expecting the schools to pick up the pieces and kind of, certainly we're now, the data is there, and I feel bad for the children that have been part of this experiment for the last 15 years, including many of us in this room with children, but the data is finally catching up, right? And people are realizing the direct connection to emotional distress and everything that happens online that's unsupervised. So that's one. The good news part of this is that I was able to join Blanche Ames Elementary School for the Read Across America, and it was fantastic to get to go in, I think, 4 or 5 different classrooms and see how warm and inviting already. I mean, the teachers have done such an amazing job and my daughter is one of the second graders that gets to spend her second half in Blanche Ames, and what a great experience that's been. So thank you to everyone who made that move, the heavy lift that happened, to stay on time amazingly and manage to get it done, get all the moving done through the holiday period, losing precious vacation time, I'm sure, in the process. So thank you to all the staff.
Absolutely. I'm not going to say that it wasn't stressful for everyone, but the staff rose to the occasion, as they always do, really at their own personal sacrifice in many cases. And so I echo your thanks to every single person who helped make that happen.
I just want to echo something that Jamie just said. I had the opportunity to take a tour before the school was open, and I had the opportunity to meet 2 teachers who were preparing their classrooms. and the enthusiasm and the relief and the excitement was palpable. I really enjoyed it, and
Great.
compliments to you and your staff for doing that. You mentioned discussions with our partners in the legislature, and I'm curious as to what your priority goals are in your conversations with our senator and our two representatives.
Sure. So I'll just tell you briefly, we're in constant communication. Connor allowed me to work with him to draft a letter to our delegation. In addition, I've met with Representatives Doherty and Cassidy. I've presented our priorities to both of them in person. I am hosting a local superintendent meeting with Senator Timilty, which is upcoming, so that we can express our priorities to him as well. And I follow that up with many phone calls and emails also. Let's just say that they know who we are. However, we have a lot of work left to do. The priorities that we have put forward to them are, number one, the out-of-district costs and the 14%. We have, I've asked for a consideration of a short-term fix, so to speak, to help us with this year, because our budgets are always several years in advance, as you can imagine. And notifying us in October that this was going to happen in the next fiscal year when we start our budget in November was really stressful, to say the least. And it's affecting all of us. It's it averages to about a 1% increase for all the districts in the state. And a short-term fix, we're asking them to consider creating a pothole account from the fair share tax to help us get through this year as we continue to plan how we're going to meet this need going forward in the future. Long-term goals, we've asked for a subcommittee to really review all of the special education programming and the funding, including the circuit breaker, which is a funding source for special education, and for special education transportation as well. Which has been a very big issue for people, not only of being able to afford special education transportation, but finding it has been really hard. It's one of the industries that was very hard hit in terms of drivers and supply chain issues with actual vehicles. We also, for Easton, one of our priorities is the minimum aid. As Connor spoke about, we are asking that it be increased to $100 per student. That I have never seen that. We did have a 1-year increase of $60 per student, but then that was taken away in essence when we were kind of counting on it again. So that has been an issue. So we're looking for a $100 per pupil increase in minimum aid. You may have heard of the SOA, or the Student Opportunity Act. That is all over the media. It's a wonderful program. Easton doesn't get a penny from it. It's very important to note that when we talk about things like the fair share tax not going to K-12 education, because the SOA is the savior, 119 districts out of the 351 in Massachusetts are not getting anything from that. We are minimum aid districts, and we're literally getting $30 a student or $60 a student. And so then we don't benefit from things like the fair share tax. We don't benefit from a lot of entitlement grants. I've gone up to the commissioner's office. I've met with him and his cabinet specifically about Easton, and we've asked him to do things like reconsider the formula used for consideration for entitlement grants. Certainly no disrespect to any of our urban neighbors, but while there's a need, we also have needs in Easton, and our kids, those are in the greatest need, are falling between the cracks here. We have lingered right below the 5% poverty rate that is literally at 4.9%. That is necessary to trigger 2 out of the 3 funding sources in one of our biggest grants from DESE. We have lingered right underneath until this year, just last month, the cap for in order to qualify for what's called Title III, which is another funding source for having multilingual students. getting into the 90s. So we've always had the highest level of need you can have without triggering the funding sources to help for that. And then, of course, not as an urban district, while we're blessed to have community partners, we don't have the things that I had when I worked in an urban district, like universities banging down your door to do studies with your students and offer free services, or free health care, free eye care, free breakfast and lunch, which they've always had, and we are just having as a result of COVID. So there are many things that we're unable to leverage to our advantage. And the minimum aid, you know, when they're saying, well, your town can afford to pay the difference, and we all know what the state of the town is right now, there's nothing more to get from them unless we can make some of these very direct changes. I won't get into something called the wage adjustment factor. That is something that we've been talking to our legislators about for some time, that unfairly ties Easton to this idea that we belong in the Brockton-Bridgewater labor market, but towns, neighbors like Mansfield are in the Boston labor market. It works into the funding formula so that they actually get more money, the economic theory being that they need to pay their staff more because they're in such close proximity to Boston. We can't pay our staff less than Mansfield. Or our I won't even name other community neighbors, but we can't pay less, we won't get staff, and we won't get qualified staff, which is honestly to the point of the finance committee member about, you know, being able to do how much we're doing with what we have. That's on the backs of our educators. That's on the backs of our service providers, our paraprofessionals, our administrators. Because we have such a talented staff with such high capacity, we're able to make these things work. And that's because of what we pay them. So another thing that Senator Timilty was supportive of, he did put an amendment in last year to change our designation. It failed on the Senate floor. We're asking him to put that back in. So these are some of the highest priorities. I have a lot more, but those are the highest ones right now.
Thank you very much.
So I'll conclude by just saying, you know, thank you. I think this was a very positive budget. It was very well informed. You mentioned information in the website back to the community. So since I don't have kids in school anymore, my whole world has changed because I don't know when vacations are or anything like that. But it's also important to me as a resident in the community to know what's going on in the schools. There's a lot of offerings that you have that are very important that people should know about. So I'm really happy to hear about that. I love the DEIA. I've never heard it phrased like that. I'm going to use it all the time. I think accessibility, I do a lot of that in my work, and also serving on the Commission on Disability. We care very deeply about that. So I know that you've always provided that, but to hear that elevated as part of the language is really important. And I just want to thank the school committee for all the great work that you've done on this budget this year. Welcome to Lauren Loomis, who's just joined. And sadly, this is the first budget meeting that we haven't had Caroline O'Neill here. So she's probably watching.
For 30
Caroline,
years. For the last 30 years.
Because she did contribute to the work on this budget
Absolutely,
as well.
yes.
And welcome to you, Andrea. We really loved having you here tonight and look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
So thank you so much for the budget.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for your support.
So up next, DPW.
Public Works, it starts on page 55, the line item budgets.
Try not to. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dave Field, Director of Public Works. With me is Greg Swan, Deputy Director of Public Works, and Rich Tierney, Water Operations Manager. Going to just go a little overview of what DPW does and jump into our budget, discuss some of our budget challenges. So the DPW is broken up into 4 divisions: administration, buildings and grounds, highway, and water. We have 39 full-time equivalents. Right now we have several vacancies. 2 we just can't fill, the plumber and the building automation tech. They were funded last year, haven't been filled. We currently have 2 other vacancies that are hopefully very temporary. When you think about DPW, first thing that probably comes to mind is roads. We handle the road maintenance for the entire town, 117 miles of roadway, million miles of line striping, 2,300 street signs. Then our biggest component of our budget is the water division. Very important, we supplied 655 million gallons of water last year to 7,600 services. Did 92,000 meter reads and sent out just under 32,000 bills. One of the things we look at for the health of our system is the amount of water main breaks we have. So going back to year 2000 to last year, you can see the trend line of breaks. It's going up. So that's one of the things we're trying to work on, is to get our system refreshed and newer pipe in the system. Water main breaks are very problematic for water quality and for safety. Snow and ice, another, you wouldn't know it this year, but snow and ice is usually a very big driver for DPW. I don't want to say too much about that because we'll jinx the next few years going forward. But we do, maintain 17 million square feet of pavement. On average, we spend about $491,000 a year. Building maintenance, we handle all the building maintenance for the entire town, school, and municipal buildings. Just over 767,000 square feet. That doesn't include the new BA Ames school, because it wasn't done at the time, so we'll update that calculation next year. But it's a significant amount of work. We don't clean the school buildings, but we do all the maintenance for them. Over 1,428 work orders last year. We handle ground maintenance for all the fields and roadside mowing for the entire town. 42 acres of sports field, 176 acres of general mowing, the high school turf field, 29 cemeteries. Put a lot of staff hours into our grounds maintenance. We also handle trees, 2,300 hours of tree maintenance. We did 316 removals last year and trimmed another 125. We handle vehicle maintenance, so police, DPW, town hall, COA. We handle those vehicles, 139 of them. We take care of the GIS system for the entire town. We have a GIS manager and a GIS tech in the water division. Over 30,000 user sessions last year, and we have countless applications and maps and services that we push out to support all the departments and the public. We do handle the sewer in town. Last year, from the 3 districts, Northeastern Village, Queesit, and Five Corners, we collected 23 million gallons of sewage. We operate the Northeastern Village wastewater treatment plant, 4 pump stations, a siphon, an odor control station. We handle all the permitting for sewer extensions, sewer connections, perform all the inspections for those, and we clean and CCTV our system on a regular basis to make sure everything's working as it should. We handle the stormwater for the entire town. We have 4,800 drainage structures, 375,000 feet of drain lines, and we have to maintain compliance with our NEPIDES permit, stormwater phase 2. Last year we cleaned 355 basins and we swept the road several times, about 240 miles of sweeping. We do handle the solid waste for the town. We do sub out the collection to waste management, but we handle all the administration, and we're soon to be handling more of it. We'll be doing barrel drops and deliveries as a cost-saving measure for our new solid waste contract this July. Our subscribers have gone up steadily every year. Right now we're just under 4,600 subscribers. We handle the streetlights for the town. We purchased these streetlights back in 2013. At that time, owning the streetlights saved us over $100,000 a year just in the rental charges. And then we converted those all to LED lights. That saved another $57,000 in energy costs. Those numbers haven't been updated in a while. That's something I'll look at for next year, try to update those, but that's a significant cost savings. DPW performs all the maintenance in-house through our electrician and our tree crew with the bucket truck. And last year we maintained 112 lights. That includes pole knockdowns where we have to put the street lights back up, relocations of poles, and then just ones that are out. And then we handle the engineering project management. We perform site plan and subdivision review for all departments. We issue and inspect permits, street opening permits, trench permits, sewer permits. We do in-house design and permitting, survey and layout. So Some of the projects like town hall drainage improvements, that was all done in-house, both the design and the construction. We're designing a new septic system for town hall. We just put out to bid the school tennis court reconstruction. That was a project we designed. We're managing $69 million worth of current and future capital projects, including Depot Street, Elm Street, and Foundry Street roadway construction projects, the water treatment plants we're building now, Red Mill Road, and the 3 PFAS plants, and then the building projects. We worked significantly on the new elementary school, and we're currently working on the police, fire, and DPW facilities. And just some examples of some of those special projects. Here's just a shot of the school field expansion, where we designed it. Buildings and Grounds took down the trees on the lot. Highway removed, I think, 13,000 cubic yards of material. And then we ended up with a new softball field, a multi-purpose field that was designed by DPW. Here's a shot of the town hall drainage improvements. The system had failed, basically, so we put a new system in with a new infiltration area to keep the basement of town hall dry. And the exterior renovations of town hall, project that DPW headed up, secured the designer, the contractor, and were the boots on the ground on a day-to-day basis. Here's a shot of the Red Mill Road water treatment plant. On the left is a shot from last February, and on the right is a shot from, I believe, this February, where the steel was almost up. And here's another couple shots of that. That project is progressing nicely. And then the PFAS treatment plants, where we're building 3 plants to service wells 1, 2, and 4. Here's a shot of Depot Street. Again, another project that was in the makings for about 10 years. DPW coordinated the design, lobbied OCPC for state and federal funding to get this to happen. It's a $12 million reconstruction project. And DPW handled the land takings for 155 properties that were just under $1 million in land takings. And then smaller projects, but just as important, the new entryway and renovations at the town clerk's office. That was all done in-house. Dugouts at the new field, at the new softball field. Those were built by DPW. And renovated fire station bunk rooms, just to name a few. Then we get into the miscellaneous things that DPW handles. We operate the landfill. We administer our green communities annual reports and grants. We've gotten over $1 million in green communities grants, which have done things like put in mini splits here at this building, at Town Hall. We handle small bridge grants. We've received 2 so far, $450,000 for South Street. We have one now for design on Main Street. We handle bridge and culvert inspections, traffic safety. That's another one. It's like a daily request for traffic safety issues. We count traffic, we investigate the issues, and we implement fixes as needed. Recently, we just did a new 4-way stop that we designed at Purchase and Turnpike Street. That's actually going on very well. And this August, we'll be able to look at the amount of accidents that have decreased, which is going to be significant. We also handle health and safety for our employees and our facilities, and coordinate a lot of employee training. And then the other miscellaneous things like Arbor Day, hazardous waste, voting setups, graduation setups. If there's not a town department that has the name of the item in the name, it's usually on DPW to handle those. And then probably our most important thing, it's probably least recognized, but we are first responders and are recognized by FEMA as a first responder, and we're very proud of the work we do, and we're always ready to respond in emergencies. So with that, I'll jump into the budget, and if you have any questions at any time, feel free to interject, please. So this is the overall budget, including our general fund items, administration, buildings and grounds, and highway, and snow and ice, and our enterprise funds of water, solid waste, and sewer. So looking at FY24, we're going up to $11.4 million. It's an increase of $2.2 million, or 24%, and that's primarily due to the enterprise fund items that we'll go through in a second. DPW administration's on page 45, I believe, of your book. Very minor increase. Other than contractual increases, there's a $5,000 increase in computer hardware and software, just to reflect actual spending. On the buildings and grounds side, again, other than contractual increases for payroll, the expenses are actually going down. We're just reducing fuel by 10,000 gallons. I mean, $10,000 to just reflect actual usage. On the highway side, we're increasing that fuel number by 13,000 to, again, just properly allocate it. Snow and ice, minor adjustment for a weather stipend for the deputy director. But essentially that is unchanged. And just while I'm on the snow and ice, we can look at this past year. Again, I don't want to talk about it too much, but we did have a much lower snowfall accumulation than usual. We were only at 13.8 inches, but we still had 18 events. We usually have about 5 plowing events. This year we only had 1. So our cost per inch was significantly higher, but we still had to be ready to provide that service, and we were out 18 times this last year. We still are using our salt brine. Didn't get to use it as much this year as in previous years, but again, it's a very useful tool for us, and we'll continue to use that going forward. Jumping over to the water enterprise account, it's on page 68. We have a few different adjustments to expenses, increasing testing by 10,000, postage by 4,000, gas and oil by 3,600, and then we're reducing the well pump rehabilitation by 50,000. That's the entire line item. It's more of a capital cost, so we've removed that from the operating budget. Solid waste and recycling, we've seen an increase here as well, $350,000 to the increased contractual services for waste management, and increase of $26,781 for public works salaries. As I stated, we're going to be taking over some of the services that Waste Management did with the Highway Division, so that'll go to fund a portion of one of those positions.
Let me ask,
Sure.
Is that a savings then?
Yes, I think we're going to say it's about $39,000 to $40,000. We reduced the contract.
Yeah, so in the negotiation, we basically figured that we can perform it for a more cost-effective function than the company could.
Waste management.
Yeah.
So it's a net savings.
And on the sewer side, we're increasing primarily for debt service of $410,000 and $125,000 in operations. This is primarily the operations cost is because of more users, so we have more costs. But that's why that's going up. Again, these are enterprise accounts that are paid for by the rate payers. So just wrapping up our budget considerations, DPW works with fewer bodies than recommended. We need additional funding going forward to adequately maintain our assets, our buildings, roads, and our fleet. Deferring replacement of equipment and maintenance of assets costs you more money. I know it seems like a savings when you're not spending it, but it'll actually come back and cost us more in the future. And one of the items we're seeing right now, inflation and current material costs have impacted our ability to provide our services. Basically our expense accounts are pretty much level funded. They've been level funded for many years. For instance, our Chapter 90 funding that we get, that's primarily our only source of reoccurring funding for our roads. It's been level funded for essentially for 12 years. So that's a cut of 45% in that time when you look at inflation. So that same thing is happening with our operating budgets as well. Just to echo the staffing, on building maintenance, we should have 16 full-time equivalents of building maintenance staff. We have 6, and 2 of those are vacant. On vehicle maintenance, we have what's called a maintenance repair unit. We have 389 of those based on the complexity of some of the vehicles. So that says we should have 6.5 full-time equivalents. We have 2. The operational audit identified highway as the second lowest staff of all our peers, and the DPW administration was also recognized as the lowest staffed.
Before you go, can I
Yes, no.
ask a question?
Yes.
Great presentation. You held my interest for the entire, not that I wouldn't be interested, right? But you just had the rhythm, you prepared it well, the numbers flowed nicely. and you're on top of it. My question on this slide here, you did so much, and you want to do so much more, and you're taking on a whole new project. But you should have 16, but you have 4, right?
Mhm.
You should have 6.5, but you have 2. So how is it possible, and what can we as a body do to help? And I feel like I've asked this question last year as well, but what can we do to help to maybe, do you have the 6 positions budgeted, the 6 FTEs budgeted?
They are budgeted.
You just can't find a person.
We can't find the 2 others because the salaries right on the private side are significantly higher for those positions.
Trying to
but-
find a plumber for public sector wages right now. I mean,
Yeah. So we're hopeful that we'll find one at some point, but.
So does it then go into, do you then, you have an overview?
Yep, so that's my next slide, so it's a nice segue.
Sorry.
So this is just our overtime, a snapshot of overtime. We're coming in this year projected at about 204,000, which is a little less than last year, but still significantly higher than it's been in the past. And again, that's the driver of, we have more things to do, not enough time to do them, more emergencies, more things breaking, more deferred maintenance that's happened all around. And again, DPW is not unique. Every department in this town has the same issues. The schools have it, the police and fire have it, even all the town hall offices have it. They do more with less. DPW is no different. I don't know if there's a magic bullet other than an infusion of significant amount of cash. But again, we're all dealing with the same limited resources, so we're realistic about it. But these are just concerns we want to bring up and let people know that if we don't spend X on our buildings, our level of service of those buildings will go down, just like our roads. The level of service will go down at some point. Will it be unacceptable to most people? But we'll do our best to keep them going. The only reason I think we're able to keep things going, we have excellent staff. Rich and Greg, all the staff at DPW, they're highly skilled, highly motivated. They work their butts off, and they do a great job. And that's really why, the only reason why we can do all these things when you see the kind of the obstacles we have in front of us. So.
Thank you.
And that's all I have. So happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. Excellent as always. The first question I have is water main breaks. So that's because of old pipes typically. Is there a replacement program that we're just not able to sort of capitalize on, to your point about deferred maintenance?
Yep, that's a great question. So we're going into our 3rd year of funding for our water main replacements. We've been putting $1.5 million a year to water main replacements. We're doing a project on Foundry Street right now. We did some significant water main replacements over the last few years on Depot Street, on Foundry Street, in conjunction with both the roadway reconstruction project on Depot and the Five Corners Sewer project. So along with that, going forward, $1.5 million a year, we're hopeful that we can start chipping away at some of those older and more problematic pipes.
Right.
Most of the pipes in this town were put in between 1950 and 1980. So they're kind of at the end of their useful life, if you look at a 50-year life cycle. But we have pipe as old as 1887 in town still. So we're working on a combination
That's on my
of
street, I'm pretty sure.
for a combination of try to remove some older pipe,
19th century.
and then the very problematic pipe that just might have been a thinner type of pipe
Right.
wall, especially when you're dealing with World War II. There was a lot of things happen, pipes get thinner, and some of those are more problematic, some of the soil conditions. So we'll try to work on that, but it's going to be a long haul before we'll be able to see a downward trend in those breaks.
And then if there is a break, the replacement program is a proactive program, but if there is a break, that just comes out of general. Sort of
Yes, it
repair
just
funding.
comes out of the general fund. I mean, usually it's on overtime. Almost all the time it's on overtime.
Yeah, they don't break during
It's
the
usually
hours.
very cold out and snowing. So,
holiday.
yeah, so, Rich's crew does a great job handling those. They do it professionally and quickly and safely. But again, it's something we don't want to put our guys out there in a situation like that, having 22 in a year. Not the greatest thing. Our goal will be 0. A realistic goal would be just in the low digits there. So
excellent.
Don't pipes that old have lead in them?
no.
No.
So lead is usually in the services that go to houses. That's something that we have to go through and prove as part of a new initiative for lead services, which we'll be doing shortly, but we don't have much lead in this town. It is none in the public water supply. It's all in private services.
It's good, because I grew up not too far from Flint, and that became a huge issue in Flint, Michigan.
Yes. So we're lucky. We do have a very good water system here. We don't have a lot of differing pipe materials. We don't have those source issues. We have groundwater for all our sources. So where we run into trouble, we have you have older pipes, you have different material pipes, you have different source water. That's where it becomes a real problem. That's where Flint got into trouble.
Yeah.
We're not in that condition at all. Some of our pipe's old, but again, it's either cast iron or ductile iron, which is very good. Most towns don't have that luxury to have no transite or asbestos cement pipe. So we don't have any of that in this town. So.
That's good. I just want to say good job on getting the grants too, that you spoke about earlier.
Thank you. Again, that's a whole DPW-wide effort, as well as our partners at planning, town administrator's office, MassWorks grants, various other grants that we get and be able to leverage. So it helps.
That's another question in regards to the PFAS, the water treatment.
Yep.
When is that coming online, or is it online?
You want to take that?
It is hopeful that July 1st, we will go online with all three of those facilities. But we're still working out a lot of the deliverable goods, and that's really the one issue that we're hoping that all the material will show up there. But the buildings are up, the vessels are on site. Hopefully, the next few weeks, we'll start doing a lot of the mechanical piping inside each one of the wells. 2 of them are already in process, so we're hoping cautiously that we all reach the end zone at the same time on this.
Do we have any marketing plan for the launching of PFAS?
So we haven't talked about that yet, but yeah, I imagine we'll have some ribbon cutting.
Ribbon cutting and.
We'll let people know.
Summer of ribbon cutting. Or water plants at school, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
I mean,
Polish off the big systems, right?
So, yes, probably at some point in the summer. They're not as fun as the schools. They're like 30-foot tall green monstrosities. But
Can we bring kids to that one as well? Can we have a little?
Yes.
Maybe.
Just saying.
But in all seriousness, yes, we'll do some kind of tours. We did that when the sewer was completed. It was in the middle of COVID, but we did tours of ECAT. We'll invite the public. And our notices, we are required by regulation to send notices after, I'm sure, a certain online period and testing with DEP period, we'll be able to notify people, hey, we're not sending you these anymore because these are done.
So I'm asking because I do have family members that are in the senior properties in Easton, and that population, they weren't able to get in their cars and go drive and fill containers of water and bring it back because they're frail and elderly, right? So now that we're switching over, and so I just happened to know in that facility back there that it was a problem, and I was part of some group that was bringing water back and forth. So I'm happy for multiple reasons that it's coming online. But for that population back there, I think it's important that we do something to let them know, maybe have some flyers in their community centers, like posted like a bunch, so that they know that the water system is switching over.
Yeah, once we're fully in compliance, we'll definitely make that known. We'll be more than happy to make that known.
Stop the phone calls.
Long time coming.
Anything else on the FinCom
Yeah,
side?
just a real brief comment, guys. Every year we do something like this, and I'm impressed with the amount of stuff that's up there. Dave, you filled out the presentation this year. Now I'm just completely blown away by the amount of stuff you guys do. So seriously, thank you.
I appreciate it.
Anything else on our side?
Yeah, so I'd like to just say, Sheree, thanks for asking what can we do, because as a community, we helped the schools with some heavy lifting when it came to the school planning committee and getting Branch Ames off the ground, and we need that now. We need that same focus for the municipal buildings committee, and Dave didn't mention all the work that he does as part of that team as well. And this is our opportunity. It's an opportunity as a community to come together and give the DPW, give the fire department, give the police department what they need, which will also be a recruitment tool. And so when we're trying to fill those jobs and we want the most highly qualified candidates to come to our town, here's an opportunity. And it's an opportunity to show really everybody the viability and the long-term sustainability and how we're taking Easton into the future. So it helps us on many fronts. It's obviously the workspaces that are from the 1950s that we're asking these folks to occupy and work in, when at the same time we're saying they should be able to arrive at work and be able to go home in the same shape, barring a response, which they do too, right? So they respond and they come back to these facilities that are inadequate. They have long exceeded their life expectancies, and so this is our opportunity. If anybody is listening or decides to tune in, let's show our commitment by coming out and voting in support of this project, the municipal buildings, which everyone's going to get to learn hopefully about as much as we did with the Blanche Ames. We really got out there, we knocked on doors, we let people know why. This is cost avoidance, and much beyond that, it was quality of life of our students and our youngest learners, and now it's an opportunity to show the quality of life that's expected and needed for the people who show up at our homes, often at times when we're at our most vulnerable state. So, including, as we learned tonight, DPW is a big part of that first response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well said, Joe.
Very well said, Jamie.
I just want to note that as part of, we will be specifically touching on that project as part of the capital budget tonight as well.
Okay.
So amazing presentation. I think that, these are a little bit long. I got some comments from our last meeting that people really appreciated. I don't even know all the detail of all of the work that you do. It's a great reminder for us, but hopefully people are watching this at home, and it's a great reminder to them. So when we get a call with somebody that's frustrated, or an email that there's a pothole in their street, or when you're building a new street, it doesn't happen with a magic wand and all of a sudden it's done the next day. So we appreciate the patience of the people that travel those roads, and also the understanding that we're still meeting all the metrics and all the performance, even though we don't have that kind of staff. So sometimes if it takes a day to get a phone call back, those are things that you have to understand, and it's still exceptional service. So to be able to maintain the quality of service that you do for people with the constraints that you have, do it with a smile. I've never seen any of you be frustrated at anything, for any of the situations that's happened.
That's good, I guess.
Maybe I'm not there.
No,
let's
that's.
I don't understand why you guys are laughing. I don't know. It's open Pandora's.
No, but seriously,
what you
thank you
want?
very much, and it was a great presentation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for being here tonight.
We're good.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thanks.
All right, if that is it, and thanks to you, we were able to have the presentation. Next, we have police.
All right.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
So we figured as Chief Jones first here presenting the budget, he should follow DPW.
You can't break Noma back for
And
this.
your line item budget is page 26.
I don't have a robust set of slides, Shereen, so I hope I can keep your attention by talking.
I know, how does DPW have a hard-moving presentation? Like, how is that?
26. Oh, we already got it up.
I haven't seen Phil since the formal promotion, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Yeah.
I've had the opportunity to be on ride-alongs with Deputy Chief Adams, and I'm very happy to see you elevated in this position. You bring a lot to the department.
Thank you. So for those I haven't met in person, because there's been a lot of Zooms on this side, I think, I'm Keith Boone, I am the police chief. I took over in July of '22, so I'm in about 9 months now. Phil Adams is our deputy chief, who's been on board for a few months now, so we're excited. There's been a lot of changes in the police department over the last year. We're going to talk about some right now. The mission of our department has always been to protect the town's residents and all visitors by providing the highest quality of police services we can. We are guided by best practice policies. We're an accredited agency. I'm happy to announce that we did get our 6th accreditation award back in February. It's a daunting task that then Sergeant Adams took over for. So we are excited to have gotten that award, and I don't know if all of the community knows that. We respond to approximately 19,000 calls every year. That's what we're trending to right now. Our call volume has gone up for a myriad of reasons. This budget you're looking at is funded for 40 police officers, 2 administrative assistants, and 1 animal control officer. As you'll see, our number of 40 is really going to drop to 39. We are anticipating a retirement this summer that we will not be backfilling, so we will be at, we will drop to 39 officers. Some notable changes that we've had, you'll see we have a 4.8% increase on our payroll side, which is due to collective bargaining and additional staff. We did hire 2 more police officers. I'm very thankful. When I became chief, one of my first goals was to get at least 1 school resource officer. After I met with the town administrator as chief, my next meeting was with Dr. Cabral, who took me out, and we talked about this program that we desperately needed. It was very sad to me that we lost that program, and when we were trying to get it restored, we ran into COVID, and then we just became invisible to the public. So I know I've said that to the board many times. I was very proud to get that program back running. I did work with the school, the regional school and their superintendent, and part of my goal was to get 1 this year and 1 next year. We were able to actually get a 2nd school resource officer. So we have 1 for our entire campus now that Blanche Ames is there, Chris Aker, and we have Officer Kristen Hicks over at the Southeastern Regional School. And I've gotten tremendous feedback from parents, from students, from staff, and we're excited to be back in that school, but both schools. A little bit about our budget increase that I'd like to point out is one of our administrative assistants, National Administrative Professional Day, by the way, too. Happy day to everyone that applies to.
The supervisors here forgot.
Yeah. Sorry. I said thank you today to both of them. So one of the tasks of one of our 28-hour week employees, Leslie Buckley, is she is doing all of our public records requests, all of our crash reporting, which is it's all electronic now. There's a lot that goes into it. She does all of our firearms license to carries, police detail billing. She's overworked and she's working more than 28 hours a week as it is. So one way to remedy that was to move her to a 35-hour position and add those 7 hours, because she's staying either on overtime or coming in early to get these functions done. So that you'll see an increase in that line under administrative salaries. On our expense side, it's a small increase. It looks big. We're at 6.1%, but it's $19,500, and that is for an ongoing expense for body-worn cameras that we ordered earlier this month. We don't have them yet, but through some grant funding with the state and the county, it's going to be an out-of-pocket expense for our department for $19,500. So you will see that increase on the expense side. Some progress I'd like to point out again is that school resource officer program. Since we've been in there, we've really kind of bridged the gap. There was not a lot of communication between all of the interdepartments, including the fire department we had during COVID. And so one thing we did was begin intruder training with the fire, Chief Alexander, who I give credit to. A month into me being police chief, he called and said he had a grant and said, let's do some training in the schools that we desperately needed. It's unfortunate, but it's a necessity, unfortunately, if we look around what's going on in the country. So in early August, we did a dual fire police training at the schools. Earlier this year, we coordinated a synergy to come in and do a professional day with the teacher staff, police and fire coordinated, and then about 2 months ago, we did a training at the center school with police and fire again, whether it's with triage and response. So some areas of challenges that I do see in our budget are overtime. It's a hard number to control going forward. We have 2 police officers deployed to the military right now. I did just find out this morning that one will be back July 17th, so he's targeted to return much sooner than I expected, and the other officer is expected to be back in October, so depending on the reintegration program we have with them, it could be November before he's actually back on the road. But that's, having those two officers back is gonna help us greatly. We have 3 officers slated to go to the police academy at the end of this month. So I'm hoping by late fall, with the returning officers from the military and with our 3 new officers, and a new transfer that we're actually taking next week, we'll have a full complement back to where we need to be at full staffing, which we haven't been. I was the deputy chief for 7 years. I've been chief now, coming up my first year. We've never been at full staffing. And even when we get there, we lose them by attrition, and we all know what the budget situation is. Building maintenance, Director Field pointed to it. We're already under. It's already been spent, and we're not even in May yet. Our cruiser maintenance, we have great cars, but everything has tripled in price, whether it's brake pads or just regular service. So those are line items that everything's level funded. They've been level funded for several years. But I know they go quick, and we're seeing it now. So some things that we've done to improve, some of the things that some challenges we've had is, for those that don't remember, we voted out of civil service last July, in the fall. That takes effect this July. And so what we're hoping to see is peeling back some of the layers of the hiring process that's extremely difficult using civil service. We've created our own policy. We'll be able to do different recruitment drives to enhance the diversity of our department. With removing that layer of civil service, we're hoping that if we do hire right outside of July, we'll be doing our first hiring this summer. So we're excited about that. Other things we do for cost savings are, as much as we can, we do our training in lieu of shift. So if we can do it on shift, we will. If we can grant someone a day off instead of coming to their shift and provide them training, it's not costing overtime. The problem is 2/3 of our department work either 4 to midnight or midnight till 8. So literally everything that's going on during the day, we're paying them overtime. The court time, we're getting court summonses like I've never seen before. They're still playing catch up from COVID. So old cases are coming forward. So the officers being regularly summoned into court for cases that aren't going forward, and they're continually getting postponed. So those are hard things for me to control. We do our best. We've always done that. It's just our overtime really is about when someone's on a work, we have to backfill because we have to have people on the road. One other notable change that isn't really affect my budget, but we did, the town did, and I thank the town administrator for, this was a 3-year odyssey, I think, is what it became, but we have brought on a mental health clinician, which the town desperately needed, we desperately needed, and we have a community resource officer that, just for some history, back in 2017, we partnered with Wings of Hope, and we were lucky enough to have a volunteer resident who was a nurse that would go out and reach out to follow-ups when we were combating the opiate crisis. And we really moved that into all substance abuse. Whether it was alcohol, we had a TAP program that we created. So we've been doing things like that for now 6 years, but by bringing on this mental health clinician, we are now doing post follow-up for not just substance abuse, but mental health. And as Dr. Brawl already said, we're seeing it at all ages and all over town. It's like I've never seen before. I've been in town, I've grown up in town, but I've been in the police office for 20 years. That's our biggest hurdle, I would say, is mental health calls and domestic violence. Those are 2 things that we're constantly responding to. And this clinician fits into both of those for resources. And we're a few months into it, and she's got her hands full, and it's working well. We only want to see it grow and be a bigger program. But we're excited about it. And I will take any questions that anyone has on anything I've said so far.
Do you know if there's other towns that are working with a mental health coordinator?
So what I'm finding, and it's funny, we talked with Seekonk Police has been reaching out to us about something, but they all have some type of form of a problem-oriented policing unit that they had or are trying to create. You know, I know one of our neighboring towns lost a unit just because of staffing. So they had uniformed officers going out in plain clothes doing follow-ups. And they were having success, but then they had to put them back on the road because they lost staffing. Some other towns share a mental health clinician through grant funding, so maybe one day a week or one day a month that person's available. We actually have one working for the town now. And just a little bit about that program, we have her coming out at a minimum once a week with our community outreach officer. She's riding around town, getting to know the officers, getting to know you know, the feel of what's going on in the community. So if we have a crisis, she's there. If it's a day she's not there, we have her on the phone. And that's how it's working for us. I don't know what the other towns are doing. Everyone's talking about it. I think it's been something they've been talking about for years, but it comes down to funding and money. And luckily, we have good leadership in town that got this done. So,
Are you guys collecting data around what she's doing and the effect? Because I think Easton could be a really good case example for other towns.
without question, you know, there is, Kristen Kennedy may have presented already. I don't know if she talked about it too much. There is some software and some HIPAA things with data collection on her side, but everything we're doing with her, we're collecting, so I can easily break down numbers. And I don't know how specific she can get on that health side, because there is some health component. They haven't worked all that out now. They're looking actually to invest in some software for tracking like patient notes, but there is some confidentiality to that.
But to I think the root of your question, Kelly, we want to make sure, like we have with the benefits navigator in this building as well, that we have been keeping data on kind of what those service needs are to inform policy moving forward. We will be doing that. We're working with SEMREC as well, which is the regional 911. We have access for the civilian clinician into that database, so that she has access to the kind of historical record, and we want to make sure that, again, we comply with HIPAA, that we're keeping good records of the types of needs that we're seeing, and working, of course, with the schools in their team.
I know there's a big mental health component to the governor's budget, and so I'm just wondering if there might even be, if you have that data, and if there's some grants out there you can show, look, we're already doing this, and this is a benefit, maybe get some grant money for it as well.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Kelly, were you done?
I was going to. Oh, thanks. Kind of following up on Kelly's, you stole half my question. First of all, thank you guys. It's worth saying my encounters with the police over the past year have been very positive. Chief, it's an excellent professional force that you got, and it's a delightful part of the community. Following up on what Kelly was saying, the type of thing that we're doing here is just marvelously progressive and is really precisely the sort of reimagination of how we can do better. I understand that we don't have the data to step forward and say, you know, we've collected these stats or whatnot, but from just sort of the theory of the role, of growing the role, of doing something, what sorts of data signals would you expect to see from having that role working with you?
Well, we are data driven, so I think repeat like home visits or repeat calls for service at the same house for the same problem. So I think if we've already got that institutional knowledge and data, and we've already referred, our clinician has already been working with some of those families that have had those challenges. So I think we can extract data and say, well, we went to that house from 2015 till 2022, 15 times. We've only gone there 3 times now, and Stephanie will have her data on, well, I helped that family get into this program. I think, well, it's going to take some time to extract that, but I think it'll be easily identifiable just based on calls for service.
Excellent.
And
Thank you.
I think it's important to note the difference between outcomes and impact.
Correct.
Right? And as you're collecting the information and you're reporting out on the information, it would be nice to separate it like that. And then in terms of collecting the information and sharing it with others in the appropriate manner, we also need to share it with folks, towns, rather, or communities that are like Easton, because the cases that you're seeing here and the data that you're collecting here that shows the outcomes and the impacts wouldn't be the same if you take it to the very next town.
Right.
I'm not gonna name them, but it could be, it would be different, right?
Right.
So it's good to have it, but it's good for us and maybe towns with similar demographics as opposed to 351 communities that are
Right.
there.
And success is hard to quantify.
Measure, yes.
Success may be we gave resources 5 times and then it worked maybe
Right.
only once to someone, or sometimes it could be 10 times. So it's hard to see. It's a work in progress, and every situation's unique.
And if you're working with children that are struggling to go to school, I mean, you can look at whether
Right.
their attendance is up, so you have to work with the school department. So it's age dependent too.
And that's been a big benefit with the school resource officer, because this is things that we've already the paths have already been crossing with the families, with the homelessness, with things that we would never have known without this new communication. So it's already working outstanding.
Can you share a little bit more about what the resource officer does with the school?
Well, a lot. Well, right now, I think the main focus of the school resource officer is to really bridge the gap between the police and our students. We're not there for a criminal justice reason. We're not there to introduce juveniles to the criminal justice system. We are trying to help solve problems before they become problems. A lot of times, what we'll see is focusing more on Southeastern Regional, where we have people that don't live in Easton that are having problems that we wouldn't normally know about. So we're intervening in a way where it's not becoming a court situation and really just being that word, a resource. We're not disciplinarians. We can give feedback. If there is a crime that happens, we can help try to figure out what the best course of action is. But the program really is just to be a resource, not so much a protector of children, but a resource for the kids.
And so that's where you come into play with the homeless kids or kids that might be in foster care, things like that.
Yeah, and about the SRO program, like I grew up in this town, and so that's all I knew. And I just remember having, that was my segue into, I went down the path of being a police officer because I liked how they interacted with us. They cared about us. They helped keep us in a different realm, so to speak. So that's how I see the program, as just being, what can we do to help you? All we want to do is help people. We really do. As a newer chief, that's my philosophy. We really just want to help everybody. That's our main goal.
That's a glowing endorsement of the SRO program, I think, to have the chief saying, "This is why I'm here." It's fantastic.
Yes, Chris.
Brian, did you have something?
I did, thank you. One's an educational question for me. You have a line on here for career incentives. I just don't know what that is.
So, good question, because it did jump a
Yes,
lot.
well,
So, as we've heard tonight about competing with other surrounding towns and to get the best quality candidates, we had a tiered educational incentive, financial incentive. I was under an old system where we could be doing the same exact job, but I would be at a higher rate of pay than Phil because he came in at a later time than me. So during part of the collective bargaining process, we, I guess, leveled the playing field for everybody to give that higher, or to give that incentive to everybody, which wasn't getting it. And we were seeing it really across all of the surrounding towns. So we were starting to get nervous that we've lost an officer to the state police, we lost an officer to the Boston Police Department. One officer resigned to go into the private sector. So we were starting to see a shift where, not to say the grass is always greener in other agencies, but with what was going on in the economy, I think some of that was driving some of their decision making. So being able to leave civil service and really set our own standards is a benefit for the police department. So that's why you're seeing that increase.
Thank you. And then the detective line is going down. Was that the retirement that you have upcoming?
It is, and one of, we just made our second female police sergeant. For the history of the police department, our second female police sergeant was just promoted, so she came out of detectives,
Okay.
and she's back on, she's in patrol division now. So there was some shifting in there.
Excellent, thank you.
I have one question with the body camera coming on board, and I might have misread this. Connor, help me if I'm wrong, but there's a data communications line item in IT. I'm assuming there's not a specific funding line item for the data storage for those cameras when they're fully on, or is that part of some other line
So
item?
thankfully, we will not be storing the terabytes of that data ourselves. So as part of the contract for body-worn cameras, it's an end-to-end, including software as service for 5 years, including the encryption, which is really important, the storage, maintenance of that storage, the ability for those, for that storage company to do things like anonymize victims in domestic violence calls, redactions, for public records compliance purposes and things of that nature. So that cost you see, which is obscured in part by grants,
Sure.
But is still, we're very happy to see, includes the acquisition has already taken place, and so that 19,000 and change includes the data transfer and storage offsite.
Got it.
Yeah, we went with Motorola, and they provided the cloud storage as part of
That's
the package.
fantastic.
So, yeah, because it was, we didn't want to maintain it ourselves just
Right,
because
right,
of,
yeah.
you see what's going on with the IT.
Yeah. Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anything else on the fin? Either both sides, I should say. No.
So not to belabor the point, but I think it's really important when it came up with the schools presentation and police, and I think it'll probably come from fire as well, but the priority on mental health across the town of schools and making sure that we're doing better in those areas and responding to the needs we're seeing. Ton of credit to the schools who've done 95% of the work getting it here, but the schools were looking at a service, I believe with William James College called Interface, to basically have for Easton, effectively on-call mental health referral services to connect people. First, the investigation was looking at the school population, and then superintendent brought it up through town hall and said, we know you are seeing this too. Is this something you would be interested in partnering on? And we said, of course. And so we expect to be executing a contract, hopefully within a week, which would provide approximately 40 hours a week of service for any student, family in Easton or any resident in Easton to have confidential outpatient mental health referral services. That's something that we'll be working on with schools, with the police, with the mental health liaison, continue to try to kind of build that portfolio out. And one of the pieces there that's super, super, super important, perhaps, or almost certainly Dr. Cabral can speak to it with a lot more detail than I can, but they do kind of anonymized data collection of the types of services being requested, the successful kind of throughput on who's connecting with them, and demographics, so that we can understand, based on age, race, gender, the types of challenges people are having without conveying their personal information, areas of struggle that we can then make decisions on where we need to do better and put more resources. So it's something we hope to be adding imminently.
That's great.
Excellent.
And no cost to the people that use those.
For now, we would be, it's a service, so the cost is about 18,000 in the first year. So again, we're gonna pilot that with ARPA, and we're gonna see how that goes. And between the town and school operating budgets, I'm sure that like all these other resources, as soon as they come online, they instantly fill. That would be another one of these kind of priorities we're all juggling to make sure that as we see those needs respond, that we maintain them as we move forward.
But that's a budget cost, but if I wanna call and access those services, I don't have to pay for that.
Individual.
There's no cost to the public, the children, the families.
So that is definitely a barrier, between affordability or even knowing where to call, who to call. If you're in a crisis, I wouldn't know who to call to get help for a child. So I think that's amazing that hopefully we can get that out there, publicized that well.
So I have a question, sorry, just to follow up on that. The liaison, the mental health liaison, is that a coordination of care type of role? Because we're working with the schools, the fire, the police, and wherever else. is there like a central, like who to call, like a central person that can help with accessing services? So for example, if you have a kiddo in your home, my role is finances, not mental health, okay? But if you have a kiddo in your home and that child is acting up and being, getting physical at home, when the police arrives, right? The police now, in today's scenario, will come with mental health. But that parent or that mom or dad will probably need information on domestic violence, right? And maybe some other types of services. So would the liaison be the person that would like connect that family with the additional services?
So I think the answer is yes, but it's yes and, right? So
Yeah.
police have resource packets because this is one person they're not always on. But that was borrowing off of the model that had basically been on the back of the incredible generosity of a volunteer. The kind of, it's really the aftercare and the wraparound care that is lacking, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of police and firefighters who respond to really tragic, really difficult calls,
Mhm.
and they will, follow up with the family because they care, but it's not really necessarily
Right.
their official duty or their
Right.
skill set. And so having this resource gives us someone whose dedicated job it is to not necessarily, obviously, you can't have one clinician provide direct service to 25,000 people
Right.
as far as being the care provider, but to follow up, whether it's on the ride along with the community officer or to follow up after the fact when, shift change come in, we had this call, involved child, involved domestic, to make contact and try to connect those families with resources for, a move forward and hopefully not crisis basis.
And that's the mental health liaison.
Correct, the community mental health liaison.
Just a little more on that, but right now what would happen is, if we had the scenario you just had, we have a community outreach officer that really flags every call, and so do I, because I'm reading the log like relentlessly. So any call we flag that, okay, this is a recommended for a follow-up. Our outreach officer is coordinating with the mental health clinician who's out of this building. Her office is actually right back there. But we also have a domestic violence officer, and we have an advocate through the court, whether it's someone needs assistance with a restraining order or harassment order or whatever it is. So we have a lot of different paths we can take. So when something like that happens, we're getting everybody involved to come up with what's the best, post follow-up solution, if that helps clarify it.
Yes, it does.
Jamie?
We don't have a good track record of bringing new leaders on board and then just kind of giving you an easy street, maybe a year to ramp up and. Right, it was easy, right? So thank you for the last 9 months and the fact that you decided to stay for a couple of months. That's even better. I too am just excited that the collaboration between the schools and the police department and having an SRO, it doesn't just bridge a gap for the students, it's a huge bridge for the community. It's demystifying it, it's stopping the other, right? And now it's creating that communication that's really necessary to improve the interaction. And so it's less threatening as an adult maybe when you've had that experience as a child and you get pulled over the first time and you're shaking behind the wheel, and now you can look at that person behind the badge differently, like a human being.
Right.
And we all know that's what we're missing most today is civil discourse. There's not enough time. We're all about sound bites and not sitting down and realizing how much more we have in common than not in common. So thank you for working together, both Dr. Ball and Chief Boone. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Greg?
No, I'm just impressed with Keith. I've known Keith for a long time and very happy to see Phil come on too.
So, in my experience, some of the things that I've seen in your interaction during different events that have happened is the compassion that's held behind, while these things are going on. I'm building a trusted relationship with the community, coming out of COVID, getting to know you and your team better. I've gotten a couple of emails that have been, you know, the sender of the emails has been very stressed and concerned about issues, and one in particular that you know what I'm talking about, you replied back. It was the most thoughtful, compassionate email that I couldn't believe how wonderfully written it was. And then you followed up to have an in-person meeting to reassure the person. Those personal touches from the police chief are so important, and I really appreciate that. The community resource officer, the mental health counselor, working with partners like Police of Hope, the paramedicine, all of these things put together are just an incredible package of offerings, and it's a good start. I think we need to build on that. And I congratulate you on your accreditation. That is a tremendous amount of work, and it's definitely something to be proud of. They look at everything with a microscope, so it's very important to have that. And the last comment that I'll make is that training, I really don't want to see any cuts in funding for training. I think it's so important. De-escalation training, other training besides, you know, crisis management training to get out into the schools, but always be, I will always support funding the training because it's critical. So,
Thank you.
excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here tonight and taking the time to go through this with us. It's really so insightful. We don't get a lot of opportunity to peek in behind the scenes on these things, and you know, Jamie likes to go and do the ride-along, so that's still painful.
I've got a stack of waivers if anyone wants to come. My door is always open, and I mean that sincerely. We have great leadership in town. We have great department heads, great people in town. It's a great town. I'm so lucky to work here and be in my position. So it's all because of the people in this room. It's not because of me, believe me. But my door's always open. If anyone ever wants to talk, come in, has an issue, ride along. We've got the waivers to sign, so thank you.
Thanks for being here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're gonna take just a couple minute break so that people can get up and stretch their legs a little bit and use the facilities if they have to.
Mine too. Mine love it.
I don't understand this.
I don't watch it.
Watching people play games, watching them play video games. Like,
That's my whole gig. I'm like, why?
ECAT, are we ready? Okay, we're ready.
Your secretary temporarily.
Welcome back after our brief break, and we would like to welcome our police chief and fire chief and deputy chief.
I could dual role tonight.
I'm looking right at you saying the wrong thing.
Consolidated departments.
Budget cuts are bad.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I have a paper presentation, if anybody would like a paper copy of the presentation to follow along. Everybody good? Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for having me. I'm Justin Alexander, Fire Department Fire Chief, and have Deputy Chief John Carroll with me. I'm coming up on 2 years with Easton, 10 years as a chief, and 21 years at the fire service, 4th generation firefighter. So proud of that. And Deputy Carroll's been with us for just over 10.
13 years
13?
with 2 as a deputy fire chief.
And we were sworn in together. So that's a pretty awesome start when you have your senior leadership start at the same time and pick up the ball and run with it. So it's been a really great partnership, and we're here tonight to put together our second budget that we've done together. So it's great, it's a great thing. So what you see in front of you is Old Smoky, 1935 antique fire engine that has been owned by the town of Easton since new. Still drives. We take it to parades and do different things with it, so we'd like to display it, and if anybody didn't know we had it, it's there. This was at our swearing-in ceremony in 2022, back in the fall. We swore in captain and some firefighters and gave out some awards. So that's a picture of the department. And then this just talks about what we do. One of the things that's important for people to understand is, they see us at the fire department, they get the ambulance, you run into burning buildings, things like that. But we really, some of what we do is, people, property, and the environment. And pretty much in that order. Property and environment kind of go hand in hand, but life safety first, and then we deal with property and the environment. And that's how we prioritize our job, and everything that we do is planned around just that. And we do it by, just by being responsive. We're a humanitarian type agency. That's what we do. We want to go out, everything. We get the call, we go out and try to make people's days better. And we have a gamut. It's not just fire, it's not just the ambulance. There's hazardous materials and inspections, and we're going to talk a lot tonight a little bit about our community paramedicine and MIH program that you've heard about multiple times now, and how the fire service has evolved. When we get into our building discussion a little bit in the later slides, we'll talk about the evolution of the fire service. And what we have in Easton is truly a progressive, not just for the fire department, but as a town, very progressive system. And we're very proud to have that, and it's part of our mission to keep that going. And you can see on the slides, we are in education, fire suppression. It's one of the things I always tell people when they ask, like, what is the fire department's core? Is when you don't know what else to do or who else to call, you call the fire department. If you get a bird stuck in your dry vent, we've gotten a call. You can't figure out how to shut your stove off, you call the fire department, we take care of that for you. So we're a very utility organization, we're happy to help. And we've been doing it for 129 years. And looking forward to seeing that click over to 130 next year, and this slide will be there next year, I'm sure.
And you have walk-ins.
Yes, we do have walk-ins, you're absolutely right.
Which I was surprised to find out until my husband came home and said he cut himself and went to the fire station.
Absolutely.
Stitches.
Yeah, you see the walk-ins for everything. People a lot of times rings. People knock on the door basically and say, the ring is getting tight, it's pinching, can you help us? Or people who are going for surgery might have to have it off before the surgery. They haven't had it off forever. Just something like that, a ring cutting service. People want to realize the fire department can get your ring off. Things that you have. When in doubt, just ask. You might be able to do it.
Hydraulic shears.
No, we have very gentle tools. Draw the light, put your finger on. Come here, we got you. Here's a Band-Aid. So, what you see here is a picture. Chief Boone was talking a little bit about this, and we're very fortunate to have a great relationship, and we already talked once about this, so I won't stay on too long, with the schools, police, and fire. And I think that that's a really great thing that's been developing over the last couple of years, and very excited about it. This is one of the active shooter trainings that we did that Chief Boone was talking about, and it's one agency can't do it without the other, and I'm talking about all three. We can't, the schools are always the focus of the training. It can happen in any building, but we primarily train on the schools because unfortunately that's where they happen the most. And if we didn't have the relationship with the schools, we couldn't train in the schools in the environment we want. So, thank you to the schools, and it's great work with Chief Boone, great partner. I will tell you that we wouldn't do the things you see on that screen. Not every community has such a great relationship with public safety department heads. The police and fire chiefs don't always get along. And I know, right? But we regularly go to lunch and text each other and have a laugh or two about life and the things we deal with. And having that, the reason I bring that up is having that is incredibly important, because when problems occur, knowing that the heads of your public safety agencies have such a strong relationship will let you know that it's going to carry. When we were at the bomb threat at the school, that fortunately was not, we had that relationship that I could walk up to Chief Boone and say, what do you need? And he can give me 5 tasks, even though it's primarily a police function. 5 tasks he gave to me, I took care of them, no questions asked. He knows he can trust me to get it done, and vice versa if it was a fire-based call, and we take care of that. And we're very fortunate to have that, because I just want to emphasize that that does not exist everywhere. So we had some successes, of course, and I want to point those out. So first and foremost, it's always my first bullet, no major injuries to our firefighters. You see the little strains and things here and there, but no major injuries to our firefighters, and that's a success. I knock on wood, I'll knock on my head, because it's such a dangerous job, and one of the things that is, the things we do the least are often the most dangerous. And that's one of the problems, is how do you train on the most hazardous things that you're not doing much anymore. Firefighting, in the 1970s and 60s, there were a lot of fires. You really got on the job training. You learned how to put fires out safely because you were doing them every night or every week. And now we're doing them 6, 7 times a year, and the buildings are more dangerous than ever, and we're doing them less. So it's a tribute to what we do and to the firefighters that serve on this department, that they can go through to do the job and not have the injuries. And they're doing it with record volume, 4,225 incidents, emergency incidents. That's a record. It's never been met, and I anticipate it being surpassed this year. And then on top of that, we do an additional about 2,000 service calls, non-emergency calls a year on top of that. One thing that we talked about, I think Monday night and again tonight a couple times, was community paramedicine, our MIH, our mental health clinician. As somebody who's come from another agency, who's been in the fire service a long time, what's happening in Easton is special. It's not everywhere else. There are bits and pieces of what we're doing in other communities, but this comprehensive, holistic approach just doesn't exist really anywhere else. There are a few communities that have a lot of resources, money, endless sometimes in some of these communities, and they have something similar. But for a very efficient community that spends its money wisely, we're doing a really good job with what we have for resources. And a credit to the people in it. I have to tip my hat to our EMS officer and public health officer, who may be in the room here, just maybe at the table. Sorry, I can't not acknowledge that might be Captain Tim Bamosi. Not trying to embarrass him as he sits at the table in his suit, but that relationship he has with Stephanie and Kristen Kennedy and the police department. They sit next to each other in an office. They're right next to each other, Stephanie and Captain Mosi. And that ability that when we come across something and we see maybe a hoarder situation or somebody who's in need of services, it's just literally walking out of your office and going to the next person, or a phone call away to the police department. I can remember times as a line officer going to someone's home who didn't have oil in the winter, and they had no heat. And I know who to call. I had no idea what to do. Like, who do I call? Like, I'll buy you some oil myself. Like, you need oil, you need heat. We have the resource to find help for these people here, and we're so fortunate for it. And a little tip of the hat to Captain Mosi one more time to embarrass him. He's been a great grant getter. We have 2 grants coming out that haven't been publicized yet. He acquired 55 car seats for our community to get car seats in everybody's cars that don't have them, and to also help people figure out how to install them, and got a federal grant for $38,000 to deal with home safety and wellness. So that is a real good push financially for our community paramedicine program, and we're very excited about it. So I want to spend a little time on that program. So.
Thank you.
And it will you know, they just, you have the right people in the right place, it runs itself, and they do a great job. They really do. So, moving on to that, we're trying to be very progressive as a department. So we just talked about a very progressive topic, and another one is maintenance, which is another near and dear part of me. I'm a mechanic, so paramedic, love paramedicine, I'm a firefighter. I'm also a mechanic for fire apparatus, so this is near and dear to my heart. We were able to bring on a full-time mechanic, which was part of a presentation last year, but then we took it to the next level, and we're signing intermunicipal agreements with other towns to provide maintenance to those towns for a fee. And we bring those fees into a revolving fund, and it's building up now so we can start to use that to offset some of our costs. It's still in its infancy. We're up to, I think, 6 towns right now. But there's another 3 or 4 coming on, I think, and we're looking at capacity, and we'll talk about the buildings and how that could be a more expanded program regarding the buildings coming up. So that's a very great program, and I will tell you that our fleet has benefited as it has been in service more now than it's ever been, probably in its history. And that's a tribute to our mechanic, Tim Hicks, who I will point out is one of about 475 certified mechanics in North America who has the certifications that he has. One of 475, and that's it. And so he's extremely great resource, and we definitely want to hang on to that.
I don't think his first day was rebuilding an ambulance engine.
Yeah. So we had an ambulance engine go bad, and you know, as a department, I mean, there's never-ending things to spend on because your equipment's always, and we have so much equipment, it's always needing to be replaced and everything. But I like to stretch, and I'm always searching online trying to find places to buy it less expensive or more efficiently. So we got the quote for the ambulance to have the engine changed of like $20,000 from the dealer, but I could get the engine for, I think it was $13,000. And I said, well, geez, that salary difference there between the 13 and the 20, with this new mechanic coming on in 2 weeks, he could start his first day, change this engine out, and that difference covers his salary for like 2 months. So if it took 2 months to change this engine, which he didn't, he only took about a week, it's a benefit financially. So it worked out. So his first day was, here's an ambulance, take this engine. Extremely complicated job. Please don't quit.
I just want to stress, because we're financing it, this was brought to me by the chief. I think you had been chief for
a month.
Yeah, and
you talked about it in your interview.
Yeah. Right, and the budget had already been set, and came forward and said, "Hey, we're going to go into red on repairs. Let's bring on a permanent recurring salary, and it will not go into red." I was like, "Okay."
Sure, right. Sure.
And to his credit, you know, came in with a spreadsheet and walked me through the, you know, the cost of, you know, sending anything out with the inflation that you're seeing with specialized mechanic repairs, just the hourly rates. It's like
$150.
and how long it takes to get it back. So this was a cost neutral ad is the wrong word, but kind of transition and work to a public works. It's actually a civilian of a public works union working at the fire station. So it was really creative, and it's been a huge benefit, and it wasn't a cost ad.
I think your exact words were, "Show me the money."
Yeah, and the follow-up was that, you know, I'm very much a man of my word, and the follow-up is the following year, the new budget that had the salary in was that we offset the maintenance costs for the salary.
Yeah.
You know, and it's proved out. You know, I think the fleet's still getting older, and that creates its own financial aspects. But every time he fixes a truck, we're saving over his salary versus the $150 an hour that the dealers are charging now, up to $190 for some of them, which is just incredible. And they will take you for weeks. So a couple of the highlights for our successes. We took on a big task of transitioning to electronic forms and digitizing our records, which is an umpteen file cabinets of that, and the administration staff has been doing a great job at that, and there's still time to work on that and more to do, but it makes it much more efficient operation, and where we have so space limited, it's helpful. And then one of the things we'll talk about is a couple of pictures coming up. We instituted, when we started together, a live fire training program where we go twice a year to Fire Academy in Fall River, and we actually put out real fire and practice our skill and craft. And we each fall, we do the same burn in the fall and the spring, and then each fall we increase the difficulty of the burn. So we reached the new level this past fall, and then we did it again this past spring. And where it got, I wanted to put a video, but it was like 100 megabytes. It just wouldn't go of what it's like inside there. But I'm gonna put next year. I'm gonna try to be a little more creative and get that in there for you. But it's a really, what's that?
The IT budget.
The IT. Show me the IT. That's right. That's right. But it's a great program, and very proud of that, and the firefighters that do it. And we also train with our area departments that come to each burn, because we can't put a single fire out of any substance without our mutual aid partners. So Stoughton, Mansfield, Norton, West Bridgewater, Brockton, who am I forgetting? Rainham. Oh, that's where I grew up. That's where I started. How could I forget Rainham? That's my first fire department. So it's a great program. So this is just a breakdown of that 4,225 calls we did. I won't go through every line. You can see them. But just give you a breakout. You can see there's a lot of EMS runs there on the right. That is a lot of what we do. But there's a lot of other things that we do as well besides that. A lot of people think it's all ambulance, but it's not. It's a significant margin, but not all ambulance. So it's just a little table to show the ambulance revenue. So it's one thing to show you the run volume, but it doesn't really speak to, we're busy. There's no doubt. We go all the time. But what's interesting is our ambulance rates have changed a little bit, but more that the quantity has changed. And ambulance revenue has increased 72% from FY13 to FY22. So you're talking, a 9 fiscal year spread, and you're talking 72% increase, and most of that is just volume. And that's where a lot of that is. And we had a little decrease during COVID that you could see that -17, but you can see it rebounded in fiscal 22. And then fiscal 23 is tracking to be probably maybe a little higher than 22. So ambulance revenue is on track, and it consistently shows how busy it is. One of the programs I like to highlight, I gotta give him more credit, because this is another program that Kevin Mosey handles, and it brings in nearly $150,000 a year of additional revenue to the town. It's a lot of work. That's why I recognize it. And but it's because when we bill out Medicare, we get a lesser rate than we get for when we bill out Blue Cross or Harvard Pilgrim. And there's a program to let us recoup some of that. And it's a lot of work to get it, but you can see the benefits of it, and each year we do get it. So it's definitely worthy of noting, and that helps the bottom line of the town each time we do get it. And there was a decent increase this year as well, coming up, at least the projected. So this is our burn day, just a picture for you to see, climbing that ladder. So what they're doing there is they're going up a 35-foot ladder, bringing up a roof ladder to hook to the roof so they can hook it on the roof so that they don't fall into the burning roof if they're collapsed. And that's a tough skill, and we train, and it's dangerous because if you fall from that height, it's extremely hard to do, and we try to never have any injuries during training. Or at all, but especially training. That's just what you don't do. And then that's just all of us at the end of the burn day. Had a good successful day, very happy. Pretty much the happiest a firefighter is after a training day like that. So some key issues that we're dealing, and these are recurring, a lot of these are recurring, but if anybody who's tuning in for the first time, I like to highlight these. Senior housing is a higher, these are some of our higher demand things. Our schools, not that they're a challenge or anything, but it's recognizing that these are places we need to focus our attention on, and make sure that we're putting the training that we were talking about and being there and being involved and having the communication so that when an incident does happen, God forbid, we're there and we're ready to do and mitigate as fast as possible. Housing, as housing increases, so does our run volume. They correlate every time. Depending on what it is, skilled care facilities, like a 140 Lincoln or the residents on Depot Street, they are extremely busy for us. They're one of our highest runs that we do every year as far as quantity. We have the liquefied natural gas plant on Eastman Street. The state park and conservation land, we have a lot of that, as everyone knows. And that's a definite challenge for us because access is very limited for us to get out there if there was a fire. Matter of fact, I think my second week or third week, we had a big fire in Wheaton Farm, and I was like, what did I do coming to Easton? Because we walked like a mile to find a fire hydrant trying to get water. It was, like, what is this? But no, I say that tongue in cheek. It's fine. But we we do very well, and but it is definitely a challenge having that. But we manage it, and we have good equipment. And matter of fact, some of the capital will help that actually. The two mini pumpers that are on capital are very important to help mitigate that challenge. Sewer districts, you know, we although we don't deal with the sewer itself, wherever they are, we have those on our radar as places that we're going to see increased run volume. Facilities, certainly something worthy of its own slide. So when I say facilities, I'm talking about our fire stations. Our fire stations are extremely limited. We're out of space. Matter of fact, those 55 car seats I talked about earlier are in the deputy's office, who now really can't occupy his office anymore because we had nowhere else to put them. So he's a nomad trying to figure out where to do his job until we can get rid of it.
I have a laptop.
So if we need a picture for the, if we need a picture for our public relations, we got one. And we're out of space. We have no training space. We have no place to put the entire department together to do training. It just doesn't exist.
We had a training today for department heads, and we had to borrow space from Stonehill. We can't fit our own executive team in any of our buildings.
And we're grateful to the schools because every time we have to get the department together, we lean on the schools to use one of their rooms because they're the only place that has some place big enough for our department.
Chief, I don't know if you're gonna touch on this, but the decon thing is a really big thing. When we look at their turnout gear, when they come back from a fire, and we know, as he mentioned, the fires today, when you go into a modern home and it's energy efficient type, well, a lot of the energy efficient material and insulations are extremely hazardous. And never mind breathing it in, it's getting it on your clothing. And I think the highest death rate for firefighters is cancer.
Yep, it's mirroring heart attacks now.
Yeah. So that this is again another big reason that it's time we updated our facilities to allow these folks to enjoy the same quality of life, barring an incident that ends it tragically, but being able to come to work and expect to return home in the same shape you arrived.
We take our gear, and that's thank you. And we take our fire gear, which is great gear. We just got new gear, and go to a fire, take it back and clean it in good cleaning equipment, and then put it into an apparatus bay next to diesel exhaust, which is a carcinogen, and it sits there for however long it sits there until you put it back on again, and then you put on this contaminated gear again because we have no place else to put it. Any modern fire station, it would never be in the same space. So we're doing this to ourselves in a lot of ways.
Do we have a plan for, I remember meeting last year during my first budget round, we were talking about a new facility. What's the status of that?
It needs some good voters this year, and we do have a plan, and I have slides on it in the capital budget later tonight.
Okay.
So I won't steal his thunder, but a lot of work's gone to it.
You just outed yourself that you don't watch our select board meeting.
It has been on every select board agenda.
I'm so sorry. So much time in a day. To sleep, so
Well,
sorry.
Well, moving on.
And if your meetings take this
You know what? I'm just going to skip to the last slide.
You win points with Robert.
Tim Vamosi watches every meeting.
Captain Vamosi. But the bookend of this is that even our expense budget this year, not our bottom line, our expense budget this year has been significantly overspent, and a good chunk of that is unexpected building expenses. Every time something breaks at Station 1, Chief Boone knows, we're splitting $10,000 bills to pay for it, and it just keeps coming. We were doing our tour the other night for Citizens Academy and found a leak coming out of a pipe. I'm waiting to see what that bill's going to be, and that's one of the reasons that this is a very important project that needs to happen. So this is just a picture of the station I was just talking about with the leak. That's our newest renovated station, but our oldest station by the year it was built, Station 2, that's on Depot Street. And then this is just a couple shots of Station 3, which is Bay Road. That's where my office and your storage office is. So our CERT team, it's an important part of our organization in the town. It's 35 members, they're volunteers, they do a lot of training. They're basically everywhere, road races and Festival of Trees, and they handle our sheltering exclusively. They are our sheltering group. We shelter either here or at the schools when we have to, and they do a great job at that. As a matter of fact, there's a picture of it right here. That's part of their sheltering drill, and they're intaking people, and somebody came into a shelter in that picture, simulated a medical emergency, and they had to handle it. They do a great job. That's that team that was out that day doing that shelter drill last fall. So we get into the salary changes. So before I do that, is there any questions on our organization, operations, anything like that? All right. So salary budget. So I didn't go line for line in this slide in particular because there's a big shift for those who have looked at our sheet, because we're page 34. What happened is with the fire service, and I think police to some extent too, for sure, is that we have to staff at a minimum level. So when our staffing is at 10, we have to stay at 8. But the problem is, as firefighters are here longer, their benefits increase. They get more vacation time, more different things that cost more. And our overtime and the cost of overtime goes up. And at some point, the cost of hiring somebody and the cost of overtime meet. And that's where we're at this year. And what our proposal is this year, is our budget, is that we're actually going to increase our staff at the same cost as if we didn't and we just stayed with overtime. And what we're doing now is we're just backfilling person for person. So if we're running 9 people on a shift, if one person takes it off, we try to be at 10, but we just can't, like Chief Boo was saying, we just can't get the people, but we're working on that. But we backfill 1 for 1. So every time someone's out, we're backfilling at a very high overtime rate. But on top of that, what we're also doing is we're hurting morale, and impacting our firefighters, because they're just, there's kind of been a seismic shift where the newer generation doesn't really work overtime. And that's a real problem for us. When I started in the fire service, people almost literally fought for overtime. Like, it's my turn, I want it. Now I only do it because I have to or I'm forced to. And so we have those two competing issues of cost and the fact that 25% of the department that wants to work overtime is trying to cover the benefits of the other 3/4. The math just doesn't work. So within the same budget number, both proposals initially when we went through the budget process were stay where we are or increase staff, were actually the same number. And we're going to increase staffing, if this is all approved, would be 11 a shift, and we would drop to 8. We don't want to go really down to 8, so as the budget supports it, we would try to stay higher. But we can drop to 8 if the budget needs it. And that creates a lot of things for us. It gives us some abilities to absorb injuries and illness, because right now when somebody's out injured, we have to backfill it at overtime. Whereas if a shift drops from 11 to 10, you can absorb that, and you don't have to fill that with overtime while that person's out. It helps the morale. It prevents people from being held from work. And when everybody's at work, we're actually responding with 11 instead of 9 or 8. And that's a significant improvement. That improves a lot of things. In the current staffing model with our 3 stations, if we were at 11, that would actually help our south side of town response, because we'd be able to help keep more staffing and engines towards the south to do that. But typically 85% of the time, someone's off. So we're not really going to be 11 much, but we'll be able to absorb that overtime by not having to spend it. And you'll see that in the lines. So if you look at page 34, if there's any questions, but I'll highlight the big ones. And actually, the public safety personnel, which is the bottom of the first section, was up 13%. Those are the new staff salaries. But they're offset by all the big negatives you see in the lines below that, in the bigger section on page 34. So that's really what they do. Those net out, that it just evens out. So we just move one from the bottom to the top. So that summarizes what our proposal is. Any questions on the salary side about how we're doing it, why we're doing it, before we go on to expense?
I just had a question about,
Sure.
it just might be that I don't understand it, but there are several posts listed as vacancy with the salary. Is that for upcoming?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have 2, we're in flux. Let's just say we have 2 vacancies to get to 10, which is what we're actually slated for. And then the 4 more would be the new people, the new firefighters.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right. So this is what it would look like. This is our staffing in the past. One thing I'd like to highlight, I think you can see you can't. Okay. So if you look at the bottom, the shift captain, lieutenants, firefighter, paramedics, that's the line officers. We've had a little bit of movement in the administrative lines further up, but you can look back to FY19, it's been the same staff all the way through until proposed FY24. And we've had all these increases in run volume too. So we've kind of peaked with the cost, and we've also peaked with the ability we can to handle the runs we have with the staff we have. So it's that kind of precipice year to make the leap. And this is just a quick org chart, and it's a little small on the screen. Oh, you can see pretty good. So that's what shifts make out. So everyone wonders how the fire department works. You have myself at the top and the deputy right below me, and a couple pieces off to the side in the org chart. The administration, maintenance, fire prevention, EMS officer. They're part of our, we call it Group 5. There's 4 groups, so we named the MN group Group 5, so we can have an identity. And then we have 4 groups that work 24 hours a day. They work a rotating schedule. Each group takes a different turn on their rotation. They have 1 captain, 1 lieutenant, and then they will have 9 firefighters in this scenario. Expense budget changes. What you see in the expense budget changes are on page 35. The big one to point out, the tools and equipment, we increased that because we're just always upside down on that one. Our tools are just getting older and we have more of them. We use them more. The big one, the $14,000 under communications, that's a stipend from the new contract for using personal cell phones at work. Because so much of what we do is on personal cell phones, apps that we use, key to our work, and that's where that's there. And then medical supplies went up. Buildings and grounds went up. Buildings and grounds, I explained earlier. Medical supplies were just busier, and it costs more, a lot more lately. And then we decreased fire alarm supplies because we're getting out of the fire alarm business. That'll be part of our FY25 budget. So we have these special radio boxes that send radio signals to the regional dispatch center. We're leaving that and going to what they call a dialer, where it just calls a company, an alarm company. But that's a major expense, like a $200,000 expense that we're not gonna have to absorb, that we were on the hook for, which is why we're taking that out of this year, and then there'll be some changes for FY25 related to that as well. So that's the expense budget, and that concludes my presentation on that, and I take any questions.
FinCom side.
I seem to be the only one asking questions down here. Out of curiosity, the all-time high that's leading to the equipment issues, is that you feel that's driven by a population increase? That's just more people utilizing your services, more calls? Just want to know what's going on behind that a little bit from your perspective. Yeah,
absolutely. So there's 2 things that drive our run volume and the use of our equipment. Is that we're seeing growth of the town population-wise, around 26,000 now. But the population is also aging. And as the population ages, so does our run volume goes up. And you see that. And it's not just medical emergencies. We see, unfortunately, children and the elderly sometimes have issues that, adolescent and adult, middle-aged adults don't have. Cooking issues and forgetting that the stove's on, things like that. And as the population ages, we run into those more and more.
Okay.
So that's where that comes from.
And then on the ambulance collections, what's the effort that goes into that for you to be able to collect what you're collecting? Is that a big effort? Is it straightforward, very easy?
So we subcontract that out with a company, an ambulance billing company. They charge 4% for their services, and then they do all the work.
Yeah.
And that company actually has a private ambulance company that works up on the North Shore. So they're really good at collecting because they want to keep their company in business as well. So
Awesome.
they're a great company.
Thank you.
Not seeing anything else on our side, is the fire alarm changeover, does that have anything to do with SEMREC, or is that completely independent of the SEMREC change?
It involves them in the sense that they're happy we're doing it because it gives them less work.
Got it.
So, because they're not gonna have to monitor that.
They're not monitoring
They're
that
not have to
piece.
monitor that anymore. They'll get the phone call about the fire
Right.
alarm, but there's a whole system that they're gonna keep it for the other towns that are in it. 2 of the other towns will still have it. But they'll get a lot less from us.
Right. Thank you.
Shireen Norton?
Well said, great presentation.
I would like to take the opportunity, in the interest of time, to say, I get behind the scenes look at everything, being a first responder, but I think you guys saw a good example tonight of the relationships that all of these departments have with each other. And it's from the boots on the ground, from the leadership up, including the leadership at this table and this table over here. So I think it's also just very important to recognize that and say thank you to the guys who are on the street every day doing this job. It's a tough job out there, and they do a great job at it. So I'd like to make that comment.
You make it look so effortless.
I guess 10 years of doing these presentations brings the best out of you.
What was it? I think in the chief's interview, he said he's a big believer that in
the worse the call is, the more calm he has to sound.
Correct.
So anytime he calls me and it's like very.
I'm gonna do that on purpose now. That is so true. It's so funny though. Yeah, the worse the call is, you gotta set the pace as the
Someone's
chief.
gotta go.
Yeah, absolutely. If I'm screaming and running, we got a problem.
I wish I could do that, especially with my kids, but I'm gonna just thank Tim again too, because having served with you on the finance committee and just knowing you as an individual and as a friend and what you bring in, in terms of professionalism to both this side of the table, that side of the table, and then for our community and everything you do. So thank you, Chief and Deputy Chief. Fantastic.
I am very impressed with your creativity, and particularly speaking about the relationship you have with some of those towns that don't have the mechanic, and that we now have the opportunity to provide them with the service and the revenue that comes into our town. That's something that I never would have thought of, so kudos to you, and thank you very much for the service. And John, thank you.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to mention something that you didn't speak to, but I heard the day of the fire over at Brockton Hospital, you were instrumental in making some things happen over there. And when you talk about being at an emergency situation with the police, and that you guys can just kind of trade off, go do these things, we need you, you pitch in just whatever needs to be done, you just go and do it, and you saw some opportunity there. Do you want to just tell us, not to make this a super long night, but just, I do want to make the connection that it expands a little bit beyond Easton, and it's also really important to have those relationships with the communities around us. I know that you need them sometimes in mutual aid, and they certainly needed you that day.
That was a really unique career event for me, and probably for everybody involved. It's extremely rare to have a fire in a hospital that requires an evacuation. Usually you protect in place. You would move people to another wing, deal with the fire, but in this case, we couldn't do that. And there was 187 people that had to get out, and nearly 140 of them were above the first floor, and there were no elevators because there was no backup power. So when I got there was organized chaos, is what it is often. And it was in the very beginning, and I will tell you that Chief Nardelli, who's the chief of Brockton, was doing an amazing job out back dealing with the fire and the power issues. And then Chief Averos and Chief Carroll from Stoughton, were starting to organize the evacuation. And we worked together and kind of figured things out. And Chief Carroll handled we call it the accountability board, but he handled like the command post. And he sent me out. He's like, I need eyes out there. And that's where that versatility, that trust, we can, when you meet somebody for lunch, you talk, you get to know them, you get to know that you can trust them. And I have complete trust in Chief Carroll, to that vice versa. And he gave me that. And I will tell you that assignment resulted in 74 flights of stairs climbed in my fire gear and 5.4 miles of walking, because my job was to go up and down all 5 floors and figure out who was where, who needed to go out, and what priority, and convey that, and then work with the region EMS office, which is based in Brockton, at Good Sam, to bring in those ambulances and figure out who was going to what floor, and then deal with the unknowns. Like, for instance, they couldn't access their narcotics because they had no power. And then some patients had some issues that required narcotics to stop, like a seizure, or a heart rhythm. And they come running down the stairs looking for it, and it's on us to pivot quickly and figure out which ambulance has those with them right now and redirect them and work through that. And it was an amazing team effort. We were well represented. We had an ambulance and an engine there. The engine handled the evacuation of the emergency room, which was, they did an amazing job, and our ambulance transported, I think, maybe 3 patients. So great team effort, career event. Probably nothing else like that. I mean, you never know, but that's an extreme example. Like, it went worldwide. I'm sure Chief Nardelli will be traveling at some point to talk about this, because we just don't plan for that.
And not one injury.
Not one injury. Great point. Not one injury to a patient or a firefighter. And I will tell you that there were firefighters there from north of Boston all the way down to, I believe the furthest ambulance away was maybe Orleans, down the Cape.
Wow.
So, and I saw COM, which is Centerville, Osterville, Master Mills. And it's just an amazing operation. It was, and it was done in, I think, maybe 6 hours, 7 hours. So great, thank you for letting me speak about that, I appreciate that, and it's a tribute to the strong mutual aid partnerships we have, because I know that the people coming to help us are amazing, and they'll be, and we'll do the same for them. So, thank you.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, and I'm glad we could end on a good story
Yeah,
like that.
thank
so
you. All right.
Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Steve. And Tim.
And Tim, of course.
Captain Tim. Captain Tim, sorry.
So public safety and dispatch.
Thank you, Dottie. Yes, SEMREC is our regional dispatch. It is a 911 emergency dispatch center for East Foxborough, Mansfield, and Norton. In my capacity as town administrator here, I'm on the board of directors for that. I'm the vice chair of SEMREC. It is a 911 district that covers 90,000+ people, a couple of stadiums, multiple colleges. SEMREC started with a lot of the police and fire chiefs in those 4 towns meeting going as far back, I think, as 2010, and really trying to find a way to do a better job of dispatching. A lot of those first responders did a lot of the work on the front end with IT and operations to see if there was viability there. And then in 2017, we executed intermunicipal agreements with those 4 towns. Somehow got 20 select board members to all say yes to something with unanimity across 4 jurisdictions, and hired an executive director who reports to 4 town managers and 8 police and fire chiefs. So he has a fun job. He's done great. We built the building at High Rock in Foxborough through COVID. Was largely funded by state grant dollars because the Commonwealth is trying to incentivize municipalities to regionalize services where we can, because prior to efforts like SEMREC, dispatching kind of formed as a, I don't want to say an afterthought, but the dispatch centers were kind of just tacked on to police stations. They are 24/7 operations, they're critical life safety operations, and because of the small scale, we had roughly 8 to 10 employees trying to run 24/7. You really, it was not an efficient operation, and so SEMREC's been live since 2019 and 2020, moved in, I think, or during the pandemic. Those years are blurry. But we now have a significantly improved 911 service in Easton. We have geolocation based on cell phones when you call. You no longer have your 911 calls get bounced to state 911, where you have to, probably in a lot of duress, identify where you are and then get bounced to a local PSAP. So significantly improved service, text to 911 on the way, and significantly improved technology, mostly funded by the state. It's also a long-term cost savings. We used to pay operationally in the 6s with soft costs closer to $750,000 per year to run dispatch locally. Our annual assessments, as you can see, are a fraction of that for better service, which is not usually something we get to do. So the budget this year is increasing for the first time since 2020. All member communities for the first 5 years of participation in SEMREC have their full cost paid by the state. And then they phase that out in years 4 and 5. So we're heading into year 3 in anticipation of that first year where we will have an incremental increase from 300 to 450. We put an extra 25 just to lessen the impact of that. In 25, but that's where that's heading. One of the priorities of SEMREC and for the board, as we have kind of gotten our sea legs under us with the operation, is starting to plan for expansion. So the facility, if you haven't been, we need to get you up there because it's quite nice. It has expansion capacity. There's basically almost double the size of the square footage on site that could basically just be drop in additional desks, scale up the organization, and absorb new communities. So we're in talks with other contiguous 911 districts to expand, not only unlocks more state grant funding, because this continues to be a priority for the state. The long-term goal is to reduce the true annual cost to each of the participant communities through economies of scale so that we could control those assessments moving forward. So it's a small increase this year. That's what we do at SEMREC. Happy to answer any questions. And I have 2 chiefs and 2 deputies in here who probably are thinking of 15 very minor technical mistakes I might have made in that. Nervous saying it in front of Tim, but I think I got it.
Anyone from FinCom? Not on that end? Jamie? Craig?
If you haven't had a chance to go, go. It's an amazing situation out there. It's like being at NASA, I think. It's like incredible.
It was a real game changer for us when I was on the board when we were first looking at making that switch. And originally we were talking about it because of the money and people were, saving the savings, because there were some real benefits to going that way, and people were concerned about the quality and, how are people gonna find my street, and the technology just came along with it. It was just incredible what they can do, that they can find you within a 3-foot radius. If you're on the 2nd or 3rd floor of an apartment building or your house and you have an emergency and you can't talk and you just hit 911, they'll be able to find you. Tested that out by accident on my cell phone when I got it a couple times. But it's really the metrics that they have and how they can actually show the response times and the kinds of calls and what they've done are really incredible, that they keep track of all of that. And they have wonderful training there as well. Amazing facility. So it was a really, it was a great decision for us at the time. Don't regret it at all. And they've done a wonderful job.
I would just add the 2 conversations that I probably have the most with people in town are about SEMREC and the benefits and the impressiveness, and brining, which everyone still seems to be the most delightful thing. This more, but brining's still up there.
I'll make sure to take those.
All right, well, if that's it, we can move on to the next.
Yeah, so that's the end of the operating budget, so congratulations, and I will try very hard to get through $150 million of capital needs very quickly for you. And to answer Robert's question, where is the plan? So this is our capital budget for fiscal year 2024. Just really quickly, capital budget in Easton is not only informed by kind of good financial planning practices, it's codified into our town charter and into our bylaws. So we have a capital improvement program prescribed by the town charter, chapter 6-6, and a capital planning committee that's defined in the town code. Capital improvement plan is a 5-year schedule of anticipated capital improvements necessary for the orderly operation of the town and schools. It's updated annually with new or amended requests from all of our departments who present at meetings not as long as this, but sometimes pretty close, over many nights in the capital planning committee, which includes the finance director as a member, where they get into the weeds on all the individual items, the asset replacement schedules, why they need them, that type of thing. That happens in winter and spring. The conclusion of that process, capital planning committee, myself and the finance director go through basically a huge spreadsheet line by line and prioritize against a set of standards codified in the town code as far as what those priorities are. It's kind of finance agnostic at that point. Prioritizing it does not necessarily mean it will be funded. I think it's a pretty good system because the committee gets to basically say, we think this is where this lands from a value and need perspective, and then it is my job to figure out how much of that we can pay for. And that's the final step, which is me putting a capital plan forward. The standards in the town code for prioritization are laid out. For items of priority are those that relate to imminent threat to health or safety of citizens or property, number 1. Number 2 is to meet a state or federal law or regulation. Number 3 is replacing existing assets that are beginning to fall apart and become obsolete. 4 is being more proactive, moving into a kind of proactive improvement of technology to create efficiencies. 5 is improving an existing asset to maintain operations and do cost avoidance. And 6 is to alleviate overburden situations. There's a kind of catch-all under D that I include because it's relevant to a couple of the items that I'm recommending, that if there's relationships to other town projects, that should also be considered. So the 5-year capital improvement plan from 24 to 28 includes about $164 million in capital requests, of which $138 million relates to this year. The vast majority of that, about $125 million is the estimate, is a budget figure for the police, fire, DPW facility replacement. That's not actually part of the capital budget, but we always include those specialized projects because they are still a capital project. they're just not part of the capital planning process because they're subject to their own entirely separate municipal building committee planning process and necessary town meeting and debt exclusion vote in order to proceed, because the debt service associated with something of that size is obviously far too large to just tap into your annual spend plan. So the actual capital budget that is being recommended for town meeting in May is $10,570,000. 7.8 million of that is general fund related, and 2.77 million of that is enterprise fund. This is, although not the $125 million number, still a larger recommendation than we typically have in the spring. There's three primary reasons for that. First is that many of the larger borrowing authorizations are related to major security priorities across school security, as well as certain apparatus that we know we need, like fire truck replacements. Their essential life safety matters are prioritized appropriately at the top of our own bylaws. The second is that one of the benefits of having a multi-year plan, and usually one of the first questions, and everyone in this room who works in town can attest to, when something large shows up in that, I ask Wendy what was the first year this was requested, because we usually do not like to see enormous numbers with a date of first request of yesterday. This should be something that we should have been able to anticipate, and so we knew many of these, such as the ladder truck or ambulance, these have been identified as far back as 2016, and you will reach a point where it's just time. And then third is that supply chain disruptions have led to some really extraordinarily long lead times on replacements. So in order for us to legally execute a contract and tell a vendor we will purchase this, we need to have the authorization from town meeting in the bank, so to speak. So while this is a large amount of borrowing recommendation, the impact isn't immediate, because we wouldn't actually go to market in ban or bond until we start receiving some of these things, which can take, in the cases here, 2 to 3 years. But we want to get those authorizations on the books now. So I won't read through every single one of these items, but again, this is the general fund capital recommendations. This reflects the memo everyone was provided last night. And it reflects roughly the prioritization of the capital planning committee, starting with a lot of security-related enhancements for the schools, including OPM and design services. There is $500,000 recommended for borrowing to add to the budget for the proposed Richardson Olmsted enhanced and accessible playgrounds and outdoor classroom areas that the Community Preservation Act Committee unanimously is bringing forward $3.5 million on. The schools have also engaged their own fundraising on. That will be a transformative project for what's already an amazing campus and an amazing district, and given how much the CPC is kind of put in, we feel this is appropriate to advance as well. And that ties back to that paragraph D of you need to consider relationship with other projects. There's funding for school technology. Then when you look at things, ladder truck, mini pumper is a chief reference to this, so there was a total loss of one of our engines this year, and this $740,000 is paid almost entirely out of insurance proceeds. From that vehicle, we'll get 2 mini pumpers, which are more flexible and able to be more responsive. And that will cost, have no borrowing. Leaning back on that borrowing example, if you look at the ladder truck of $2.25 million, on the right here, you have a projected debt service impact and a year of impact. So we're estimating, based on lead time, that you're not going to see a payment for that until fiscal year 2026, although this is a fiscal 24 budget. A significant increase in the amount of capital for IT cybersecurity related enhancements that we are seeing on the operating side, but we're also making sure we're investing appropriately on the capital side. Police portable radios, we funded in the fall about $320,000 for replacing fire radios. Police radios are 13 years old, they're end of life, they no longer have parts, cannot be replaced. There's an asterisk there because we're going to seek ARPA funding, and if we do successfully receive that grant for that, we will not borrow, that'll come off our books. There's a variety of DPW vehicle replacements. Asset management planning grant, again, that's a borrowing with an asterisk. We would get the borrowing authorization, but we intend to seek and receive a grant, and if that's the case, the borrow will not take place. We'll rescind it at a future town meeting, but we do like to have that authorization in the event the grant does not go our way, so that we can proceed. Health and community services, improvements to a parking lot here, which I'm sure all of you can attest to will be funds well spent. This is a community center. There are folks with all different types of mobility. We need to be able to get in here. We've made some improvements with ADA grants to the entrances, but it can be pretty tough. So we need to do that. That would be out of available funds. We are starting the process of fleet electrification. Certain vehicles of ours, heavy-duty vehicles, that's not necessarily viable now. But with the lighter uses, inspectional vehicles, we're starting to move towards EVs. However, the lead times on those are basically infinite. So we're taking interim steps and moving towards hybrids where we can. That's what you see in Health and Community Services. I skipped over Foundry Street corridor design. This is a huge priority. So Dave mentioned, Director Field mentioned in his presentation, Depot Street. The town expended in the area of $1 million on design and legal fees for that, but the state and federal government paid the $12 million for that construction. So, one of the questions was how are we actually accomplishing this kind of extraordinary capital portfolio with such limited staff? And part of it is being really shrewd with our financial planning and going after and getting good returns on investments, whether it's through MSBA grants or federal and state dollars for transportation. This is the next really big one. We've signed a letter of intent with Mass DOT for upwards of $15 million for a multimodal transportation improvement from Five Corners to Target. That would include roadway widening, bridge replacements, sidewalks, bike lanes, signalization of Quanticut and Foundry, which will be pretty amazing. That is probably a long way out, and so we need to do the work to do the design here. We're nearing 25% design. We have funded over $500,000 of that through Housing Choice and MassWorks grants, which we have been eligible for a variety of reasons, not just having good grant writers on staff, but because we are doing the right things with diversifying our housing stock and meeting 40B and other things like that.
I have a question kind of for the Quanticut lighting. Is the units that are all going there, are they contributing anything to changing that?
So yes, and good question, and in two ways. So the sawmill development on Foundry will be constructing, they have donated easements to town and will be constructing a traffic light at potentially as soon as the summer, but it may be a little later depending on construction, at Quanticut and Foundry, because that's necessary in order to have safe access in and out of that site. This project, 10 years plus from now, will be redesigning the whole corridor, and then that will be the kind of full DOT scale light. So we will have a light going in the near term as a part of that project as mitigation. But in addition to that construction mitigation, part of that project was that the developer contributed cash mitigation towards the financing of the design for the whole corridor, and that is where you see that $339,000. So that's from housing mitigation, which we can then use to advance the design for a 10 to 15 year project. But when that's done, you're going to be at a place with these TIP projects that DPW advocates for and designs, where you will have continuous sidewalk accessibility in Easton from Union Street down 138 to Langwater Farm, down Elm Street, through downtown Center Street, all the way down Depot, all the way down Five Corners to Target, which is very different than where we've been.
When is that gonna happen?
Most of those projects are, so Depot Street will be wrapping up this month, so we appreciate everyone's patience on that. Elm in Washington is programmed for federal fiscal year 2025, so that's October 2 years from now. And when they do that, they'll do the sidewalk connections up to Union in Washington, which was completed last week, year. Sometimes
like,
so a lot of it is done now, or soon, and then you'll have Elm Street's next, and then Foundry will be a big one, but that could be 10 plus years. But it sneaks up on you. I mean, Dottie and I sat in the Depot Street design meetings at this stage, and we get there. But that's really important. That's not funded out of any local taxes. That's out of mitigation funds.
And they're also competitive because there's a bucket of money for the region, and Easton can't get all the money, I've been told. So they do have to balance that off with the other communities also getting these. So that 10-year window of, that's how they cycle through and try to equitably get that money out there.
Idle curiosity. What's a log truck?
A what?
A log truck.
Trees.
You're a mechanic.
Log LG? Log truck?
Well, for
It just says log. I was just curious.
Yeah, it's the to take the trees and transport them.
Oh, okay. Guess that makes sense. I was just curious.
Another idle curiosity.
I'm not exactly familiar, but if you have a bucket on it, we could transport the actual trees
Yeah.
down, but it's definitely related to tree removal.
Cool. Thanks.
If I'm understanding this correctly, I might be wrong here, but you're going to order an ambulance with a 2-year lead time for replacement, and you're going to order a ladder truck with a 2.5-year lead time for replacement, you're going to pay for those, or at least book those, so that the cost does not increase with the ongoing inflation, materials costs, etc. Or is it you're buying them and it takes literally 2.5 years for it to be manufactured and shipped?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's cheap. Yeah,
Yeah, sure, you just flew out to, what, Iowa?
Yeah, so we're ordering it now to lock the price in with today's pricing, as
Right.
soon as this is approved.
Right.
And then it takes 2.5 years. So they're actually quoting 900 days for a ladder truck right now.
Wow. I mean, slightly specialized vehicle, so I get it,
Yeah,
but
it's
just
they're just not ramping up production. I think
Right.
it's a market thing for them.
Yeah, yeah.
product-wise.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
And
you.
the ambulance is the same, and it's the Ford chassis that's the problem. Ford chassis are so hard to come by.
Thank you.
And what is the town clerk project?
So the town clerk, this is a small capital item in the scheme of this. It's for a cost associated for ongoing archiving of permanent records in the town office's attic, where a lot of them are. We don't actually have, we don't have the kind of preservation environment we would like. It's not necessarily temperature controlled in all places, and some of these records are becoming so fragile that they would disintegrate if you move them. So we bring in specialists to help digitize those and save them forever for genealogists and for the public.
Okay, thank you.
Enterprise fund capital, so 5 corners, so 320,000 out of available funds from the sewer stabilization fund, which has a cash balance in there from previous sewer mitigation payments from Avalon, who also helped fund build the 5 Corners sewer. When we were making project-based decisions about design and building 5 Corners back in 2017 and 18, we knew that somewhere in the future, because we were going to allocate about 1/3 of the total treatment capacity we own, that as we incented that growth by having excess capacity to sell to folks, that we would eventually need to build a new pump station. There has been a tremendous amount of interest in 5 Corners, which is a good thing. It's what we want to see. And we need to get ready for a future pump station construction, and so these are design funds to do that. Then you have water, a variety of vehicle replacement. That 1.5 million, Patrick, you asked us, that we're borrowing 1.5 million per year in water, out of the water funds to really do a ton of water main replacement. And then you'll see another $250,000 for PFAS design and permitting for Red Mill Road. So Red Mill Road treatment plant is primarily, or right now, only for iron manganese. It does not violate Mass DEP PFAS standards, which is 20 parts per trillion of 6 PFAS combined. It's usually in the single digits-ish, or non-detect, depending on the quarter. US EPA this March proposed their own regulation, which is different than the state. It's stricter. It's 4 parts per trillion of PFOA and PFOS, which are kind of the legacy PFAS, as well as a health hazard index for others. We don't know if that regulation will actually go through the rulemaking process and end up being promulgated or put into effect. But we were concerned when we had to make the call, which I still stand by, and I'm sure that folks in this room do as well. When we started getting into PFAS testing on a part per trillion scale, well in advance of it being regulatorily required, we got to work with designing treatment based on what we thought those rules would be. The risk of doing that and going first is that regulatory schemas get updated a lot, particularly in areas of emerging science. And so you can end up in a position where you're designing to a standard that no longer is a standard by the time you're done constructing. And so when we were going for the funds for Red Mill Road's iron manganese treatment, we made sure to over-design and overbuild that plant so it's big enough that if PFAS regulations changed, we could put PFAS filtration in. We didn't think it'd be this fast, but the building is built for it. So it will be another add to what is already 26 million in treatment plants that we're building, but we will have minimized the cost of building expansion and things of that nature because the building will be ready for it. So it may not come to pass that it's 4 parts per trillion, but we're lining the design and permitting up now so that we're ready to respond and meet federal standards as well. So paying for this. fiscal '24, so the non-exempt debt service, so that's our annual principal and interest payments that we make as a town for non-exempt projects, not Blanche Ames, not, school projects, and not the future police, fire, DPW. Right now, that is 2.77 million out of our about $100 million operation. If we did nothing and did not move fiscal '24's capital budget forward, you could see the blue line on that screen is what the annual cost in that debt service budget is based on the existing maturity schedules. So in the next 3 years, that 2.7 million would drop to 1.7 million by fiscal '27, based on the maturity and payoff of the existing debt. The fiscal '24 capital budget is reflected in orange on top of that. The peak year will be fiscal '27 at $737,000 for principal and interest, and then that would start declining. Even with that, you see that green dotted line is level funding where we are now. On Monday, Wendy made the point that we don't intend to level fund this budget. We need to inch up that capacity each year as our total kind of capital replacement costs increase. But this just shows that this can fit within the debt payoff schedule that we're currently on. I'm not trying to oversell it and say we won't need to build capacity for future projects. We will, but I feel given the size of it, I should, for the finance committee, show you this graph. So that's the capital budget, and I have to tell Ralph the plan for getting into the building project, which is it's included, it's important for transparency, but this is the capital budget as it pertains to town meeting article. Does anyone have any questions on the capital budget?
Just the educational one on me, the fiber optic or the SCADA for Bay Road.
Yes.
I just don't know what that is.
So SCADA is,
SCADA is the system that transmits.
Yeah, I'm trying to think the actual, what
all
the
the
actual
telemetry
is.
between their wells and their
Right.
tanks.
It's just about just knowing what.
Knowing what the system's doing and how
Yeah,
to control it.
it's a fiber system. I just can't remember what the actual acronym stands
Well,
for, but it's like.
I Googled it, I just didn't know why we would need it there,
Yes.
so thank you both.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions on the capital?
Very well
I
done.
think-
Tell him great presentation.
Thank you for your foresight.
That was an
in-
awesome
in
presentation.
Addressing some of the future issues now, so that we can take advantage of what we can take advantage of financially.
So Connor, great presentation.
That was good, DPW.
Wait, so here's what's
All right.
really good about the presentation is that you are seeking prior authorization now and keeping it on hand, and you're showing us that this is what the expenditure look like. You're planning or pre-planning for further out, and that's excellent in the way that you are managing the town's finances.
Appreciate that. It's a team effort. Wendy did most of the hard work and I picked the colors.
That comment coming from a financial person.
Dottie, anyone on the board?
No.
All set, thank you.
So, plan on the building project. So we've been working on this in our downtime for 2 years. It's not part of the traditional CIP process. I touched on that already, but we were remiss not to talk about it here. So we did a comprehensive facilities needs assessment of all town and school buildings in Easton back in 2014. That was an important predicate of establishing a baseline that led to the MSBA process for at first only center school, and we were able to use that along with a lot of great advocacy and work by the schools to open the gates on let's replace all 3 of these buildings at once because they're all way past time. The Municipal Building Committee, while almost immediately after voter approval to advance the new school, then went back to that reports that let's look at the municipal buildings because we're now reaching a point where over the course of approximately 30 years, there's been major renovation or replacement of basically the public school campus. And that's not to say they don't have needs. The community has invested tremendously in that campus and those are in a great place. So Municipal Building Committee took a look back at our report, updated those figures to 2019 numbers with DPW Director Field, and at that time concluded that based on the advanced age or programmatic inefficiencies due to the size, code non-compliance, safety issues, that it was warranted for us to start exploring complete replacement of police, fire, and public works facilities. Those facilities are antiquated, they're not up to a variety of accessibility, safety, and environmental codes. They are too small for the equipment they house. They don't house the equipment they do have, such as turnout gear, well. They're too small for the personnel who are in them. They are exposed to, personnel are exposed to hazards they shouldn't be. Vehicles of more than 50 of the DPW's multi-million-dollar fleet do not have garaging and are exposed to elements year-round. They're just not adequate. They're past their useful lives. And spending annually with capital, which we do occasionally with borrowing, and also out of our operating budgets, is not a sound investment at this point. So in 2019, NBC said we need to get into this, and we said great, and then 2020 happened, the floor fell out, COVID hit, and we hit pause on that. But we did pick the ball back up, I think, relatively quickly. 2021 went to town meeting, received a $500,000 appropriation for feasibility, schematic design, planning for replacement of those facilities. And so for about 2 years, we've been at work advancing that feasibility and schematic design. In that time, we've hit major milestones. We brought on OPM, a design team. We've done an existing facilities condition assessment. We've analyzed alternative sites for putting future facilities, particularly for fire. That's really important because there's a huge impact on response times. We did a fire station location response time study to prove out and make sure that the places we were looking would still have good or better response times. And in October of 2022, the Municipal Building Committee voted to select what's called a preferred project alternative, which is basically taking a lot of menus of a lot of different building combinations, of which there can be an extraordinary amount when you're replacing, depending on how many you want to count these buildings, a half dozen plus at once. The preferred alternative that was picked would see a combined police, fire, public works, including water division, which is right now separate, on the 10 acres of municipal land at 524 Depot Street, near the S-curve, and a new northeastern fire substation at Daly's Corner, which is the southeastern portion of Washington and Main Street, covering that portion of town. A key aspect of the alternative analysis for any facilities replacement is to, and this is what that would look like. So what you see here is police, fire, DPW at 524 Depot Street. That centralizes all those functions right now spread out among a half dozen buildings. Would allow for centralization of mechanic and repair, which is something the chief alluded to, and has sewer access, which is really critical because right now DPW does not have that. We can't comply with various environmental regulations. We don't have the ability to appropriately wash our vehicles, take care of our vehicles. And then you would have the second station in the northeast part of town. We would go from a 3 to a 2 station model in the fire department, which would allow for a higher amount of firefighter paramedics at each given station. And through that response time analysis proved out that this would result in an overall higher level of service. Having 3 stations at surface feels better in some ways, but the reality is when you have 9 or 10 people on a shift, that means that stations have 2 to 3 people in them, which is enough to run one apparatus typically. And this is a busy town, especially the south side of town, which is growing. So there are many instances when you have those human resources spread out in that way geographically that they're not always being able to be sent where they need to go. So this would get a higher level of response capability out of fewer number of buildings to maintain.
Chief, how did he do?
You did great.
Okay,
That was
just check, just check.
Not bad for a first time.
Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. So a key aspect of analysis for any facilities replacement, particularly for one this ambitious, is to gauge the cost of replacement against a repair reno approach. So on the left here, you have a kind of summary, and I think it's really important to look at the number of buildings, the square footage, which is woefully inadequate, and the years that they were originally built, and that you are not seeing incorrectly when you do see some things from the 19th century up there. We have a wood shop in a building to the 1800s. Other buildings, the newest building was built almost 40 years ago. Many of the other ones were built 80 years ago, 70 years ago. So even setting aside the cost of trying to repair these, setting aside the programmatic deficiencies of having these departments that work so close together spread out, because they're geographically scattered all about town as well. They're also on, in many cases, very, very small pieces of land. So even you could not necessarily, even if you had the funding, fit a modern building that meets the programmatic needs of the community and those departments on the land that's there. But we still wanted, with the project managers and with cost estimators, to say, we need to show, set the land piece aside, which is a major detail, what's the cost look like if we were just going to try and repair what we have? Because when you see numbers this size, it's a very reasonable response from the public to say, why don't you just fix what you have? Why do you need to go all new? So comparing the cost on a square footage basis, which is informed by the programmatic needs of the departments, which is a key part of feasibility, is not just saying, okay, you currently have a 15,000 square foot DPW, what is a new one that's that size? That was a DPW design built when the town was less than half of this size, and Public Works was too. So we need about 138,000 square feet of facility. And so the construction cost range on that is large. It's between 104 and 122 million. But when you look, and it's on the graph up here, you can see just by looking at the key, the number of facilities that would be being replaced. So much of that green is new construction, which is representative of the new footprint necessary to meet the needs of these departments. You end up in a comparable area of conceptual cost. I'm not here to say this is exactly what it will cost, this is exactly what repair would cost, but these are ballpark areas that at least can give us a level of confidence of understanding when we get sticker shock, because we did, and it's only through repeated exposure that I've gotten used to it, that we did kind of kick the tires and look at that and say, is there a way to do this with the buildings we have? And again, this is setting aside the reality that you couldn't fit these modern buildings. Many of these stations, Public Works, are kind of just plopped in the middle of relatively dense residential neighborhoods that are not necessarily desirable for 24/7 operations, are not necessarily desirable from a pedestrian safety aspect of running a fire truck through 7 or 8 stop signs before you hit a main thoroughfare. So that's what you would see for the comparability of cost. And again, it's really important when looking at the scale and scope of that to look at the number of facilities, the vintage of those facilities, the size of those facilities, and the number of departments that we would be looking to lift up and do the right thing for. So we're in the final stage of schematic design and cost estimating, going back to the project map here. We're actively in lease negotiations for acquiring Daly's Corner, and we are planning to seek voter funding approval this year. We are lining up remaining threads on design and negotiations, and hope to have a really good package to start advocating for and highlighting over the summer with voters and committees. We did do a big push last fall. This is probably what you're referring to, Robert, as we were heading into the municipal building committee making their alternative choice, because that's kind of it's a key milestone, but it happens really early in design, and people rightfully, when they usually tune in, which is when you see the tax impact, which we don't have yet, that's usually when most folks pay attention. And they'll say, well, why can't I want you to do a different one? And you necessarily can't, because you can't get an informed tax impact analysis until you really design the thing, and you can't design the thing until you decide what the thing is. So we did a real concerted push last fall. We went to community groups, went to the Lions, went to the Y, NRT, went to all the boards and committees, and kind of brought people up to speed on where we were, why we were doing it. We have not kind of gone cold, we've just been working a lot, and this is where we are now with this project. So chiefs are here somehow.
It's just good to know that the Municipal Buildings Committee too now meets twice a month
Correct.
On average.
Yeah, there's public updates. So this is a website, which I'd be remiss not saying, easton.ma.us/NBC. All of these reports are there, all the designs that are being made in progress are there, the cost estimations are there, timelines are there, video tours of the facilities are there. We did offer tours of the facility. We did not get takers. Very low turnout, so we did do video tours.
Yeah.
This is not our first rodeo either. We've done big projects like this. We did the school, and we look to that schedule to inform this, and we know that we have, I think, a kind of awareness deficit to make up, because with schools, for lots of folks, they're very, very, very intimately aware of what they look like. They bring their children to them, they go to them. Most people don't go out of their way to go into a police station, no offense. Outside of walk-ins for stitches, they're usually not running into a fire station, and very few are curious to walk into a mechanic bay at Public Works. So we get that, we know we have work to do there, but we feel very good about the kind of proving out the need, and we have a lot of work to do this summer, so happy to take questions.
Well, I just wanted to add, one thing we know for sure is that this is not gonna get less expensive. So when we first looked at the Durham Whittier study back in 2014, those numbers were shocking and astonishing. Now those look like a really good deal, right, if you were comparing it. So the longer that we wait on this, and, you know, when people aren't going to follow all of our meetings, it might seem like this came up suddenly, but like you can see on this, we've been working on this for years because we knew it was gonna happen. And this mitigates a lot of problems with accessibility, safety.
Yeah, I thank you. I didn't even touch on some of these buildings that are public this year. We've had to close public access because they are not ADA accessible.
Right.
And we also have we have more gender diversity in our police and fire, and we don't have the living quarters, we don't have the bathrooms, we don't have the changing facilities. Like, these are all things that are the basic minimum that you should be doing, and we can't do those.
Here's the point, very good, what do we call it? PowerPoint. Your presentation is excellent. Two things, observations. People won't pay attention until it hits their taxes, of course. That's just human nature. The one thing, Dottie, that this doesn't show is what happens if we don't do it. And when I first came on this finance committee, I heard about it, and that's when I got an interest in it. And the fact that it's taken this long, and I've been on here now a year and a half, but you started this in 2014. People need to realize it isn't going to get cheaper. It's going to get more expensive. And like you said, 2014 was a good deal, but it was a sticker shock probably when you first saw those numbers.
Right.
And we kind of missed that window of when the interest rates were low, when, you know, you could have got it done a year and a half ago, maybe, but your process.
I hear what you're saying, but I want to also point out that we've spent a lot of time the past couple of nights talking about how our bandwidth is just so stretched. There's only so many we can do, right? And
I get it.
As a community, prioritize it, which was easier to do, the schools, because they have the MSBA grant, which incentivizes, understandably, pursuing that, right? So, and I don't think that you were suggesting otherwise, but I think that's important for everyone watching to understand that this has been a priority, but
and through the process and procedures that we had to go through in order to dot our I's and cross our T's. And as I said, PowerPoint is excellent. How we go about educating the rest of the community, the town, because once again, it's gonna be sticker shock. But let folks know, if you don't do it now, you're just putting it off for either my kids to do it, your kids to do it. Someone's gonna have to do this. And like you said, worst case scenario, you're gonna shut down some of these facilities, some of these buildings, like you said, don't have basic. When I went and saw the police chief and fire chief, I was surprised that the building on Depot Street is horrendous. And that was a year ago, right? You were the chief of police, and I went to see Chief Alexander. Those buildings are pretty bad. And everybody in all the surrounding communities around us have updated their facility. Even Brockton is updating their facility. They're biting the bullet because they know, and they have buildings that are from the 1800s, late 1800s as well. But it's something that the town has to take the responsibility, Dottie, as you said. Very excellent. For me, I just need to know what has happened over the year and a half, and this is great. I'm sorry I wasn't at all those meetings. Not really.
That's what we're here for.
You know, but this is great.
But you're invited on all the.
Well, thank you, Jamie. But I think I'll watch from afar. Get my
That brings
updates.
up an interesting point, is that we're all very involved, and if we don't even, like, collectively have the capacity to absorb all of this information, the average person that doesn't go to anything how do we reach them? So
Right.
we have no local newspapers anymore.
That's a
Right.
huge
We've
problem.
been doing things on local cable, trying to reach people, but like a lot of people don't have local cable access anymore. They've cut the
Right.
cord and they only have streaming, you know.
Streaming service.
We've gone out to, different groups and populations, like Connor mentioned, the Lions Club, or, different events. At Hazardous Waste Day last week, the DPW gave out hundreds of flyers talking about this. But we really need people to be talking amongst their friends and do everything we can do to get the word out. If you can think of, if anybody that can think of ideas of areas where we're missing, with the schools, we knocked on doors,
right.
put out
Created
flyers in
community
people's
captains,
doors. So,
neighborhood
anybody that wants to help do that, we do have limited capacity administratively, but these are grassroots things. This is our community that we live in, that our kids are gonna live in.
Right.
And we need people to roll up their sleeves, pitch in, and help spread the word, so.
Dottie, to that point though, I think we do have one sort of compelling event that we can point to, which is we're going to have people come into the school. There's been a ton of clamoring for that school tour.
Right.
We've been putting that to a position where it's obviously the most feasible and the most accessible for the town and to not disrupt the schools. At the same time, we're leveraging some of the same processes and some of the same teams to run this feasibility study. Maybe that's an excellent point. Like, have something at that point, be it a pop-up station or something, where people are coming in anyway.
We will.
Yeah.
That's a great idea.
We absolutely will, and that's an important part of kind of informing the schedule for approval, is that we are still wrapping up, and a lot of these huge projects that have gone, I mean, building them through COVID wasn't always easy, but
Right.
They've gone well. And the community has supported kind of these projects and invested in itself, and you're seeing that. I mean, the Blanchard School is phenomenal. I hope that folks are supportive of the articles for the schools at town meeting this year. We'll have these new, treatment plants are, the joking aside, they're not the coolest looking buildings, but these are amazing and important infrastructure advancements that we've made. Depot Street will be done. People here have been very supportive. They've been incredibly patient with all the construction traffic. We're looking to this to say, you have kind of on multiple occasions the sewer constructions that we've done in the past decade, to say that people have repeatedly said, okay, this is big, it's a lot, but we're going to hold you accountable if you get it wrong and trust you to do it right. Semerac, we've done these big projects, and so none of that is to say this isn't enormous, it's not asking a lot. We think it is, but to everyone here's kind of point, it's not going to get easier and it's not going to get cheaper. We did one of the community meetings we did, we went through a much more detailed deep dive, and very first question out of the gate, it's like getting a haymaker is like, how have you let this happen?
Excuse me.
I appreciate setting the table. I was not alive
Right.
when any of these things were built, and this discussion happened a lot with the new school, where this is not indicative of the town didn't take care of these buildings. You could take care of something, and eventually you get to a point where even if it's in its original condition, it's an antique that's not appropriate. You could have a 1950s vehicle and have kept it in good repair, but if it has no seatbelts, you're not putting your kid in it.
Right.
Right? So even if you take care of these buildings, you get to a point where there's not enough room, and you should be putting folks whose
And you
job it
just-
is to respond 24 hours a day on our worst days in these facilities. Doesn't change that it's expensive, doesn't change we're gonna do everything we can to bring the cost down. We're definitely at a disadvantage about the MSBA. We're seeking earmarks and support all the way up to Congress in a process there, but it's not going to be like an MSBA grant that covers 30, 40, 50%. So it's an extraordinary ask.
Talk about time frame. Schedule-wise, should it go to town meeting, gets approved? You're still talking about gone through the planning and design, that usually takes 2 years, but now you're talking construction of 2 facilities?
Yeah, well, it's the consolidated facility at 524 Depot Street would be multiple facilities on a site. So typically, if you do the schematic design phase now and you seek approval, you then have the detailed design phase, which for the schools I think was 12 to 18 months approximately. And then construction can be, it depends on means and methods, depends on the way you do it. Like but you're looking at multiple years.
Right.
So we went to, town meeting authorized feasibility funding for the Blanchard School in fall of 2017. We saw voter approval in 2019 and moved in January 2023, which was a pretty ambitious schedule that we
Right.
stuck to. But even still, you're looking at a 6-year window from beginning of feasibility. So that puts us, again, this is not scientific, but you're looking at 2027.
Yeah.
But I think that, what I hope is that the voters will see that we do big projects, we do hard projects, and they've come in, usually under budget, ahead of schedule. We have done a good job with those, so I hope that they have the confidence to know that we know how to do this, and we're doing it.
I don't think that's gonna be our challenge. I think people can see from the DPW, the PFAS facility, we've done big projects. I don't think, and we have the expertise, clearly. It's, once again, the sticker shock, I think people are gonna.
Well, something else that we've done that over the past several years is we realize that there's people in the community that can't take even people on fixed incomes, that can't even take a little bit of a bump. And so we've systematically incorporated different programs to offer tax relief assistance in many ways. There's several programs that we've done. We continue to try to invest in those types of things. Do like one-on-one outreach to people to help get them information about other ways that they can save, other programs that are available. So we've really done a big push on that, and I think it's worth mentioning here because we don't take this lightly either. We're all taxpayers too. We're all going to be sharing this burden, and it's not easy. It's not easy. But we want to make sure that we are trying to be thoughtful about that and do what we can to make it easy in some ways.
Shout out to the volunteer donation program too that we've been doing in recent years. That for those people that are on those.
Well, we've
those
also
programs.
kind of supercharged it with ARPA as well, and
True.
allocated hundreds of thousands directly to that. The select board and assessors for the first time ever split the tax rate this year as well. We've had a single rate, which is reflective of the kind of real estate portfolio that is overwhelmingly residential. But looking at the enormous appreciation of residential property compared to commercial industrial property that were fixed based on net operating incomes, starting to make those shifts to make those incremental softeners to the tax impact. Once the Blanchard School is done, we'll be able to kind of calculate it, but that what we forecasted as closer to $500 per year impact is closer to threes. Is it, Wendy?
Yeah.
That came in substantially, like more than 10 million under budget. Different environment than now.
I know.
But we're working kind of how, in a very simplistic sense, I'm showing you the kind of bond sunset schedule to make sure that things are coming online in a way that doesn't hurt any more than it absolutely has to. We'd be looking at our debt schedule and borrowing strategies here as well.
Connor, is this by Pops? Is that where the
Yes.
location? So was this the land that was owned by Stonehill that we are hoping to lease?
That is separate. So the town owns the land near
Can you just go
Pops.
back to the map
Yeah,
one more time?
sure.
That's the second site, right?
That's a good point. We've all looked at this map about 80 times in the last
Yeah.
2 years, but I'm just gonna point it out.
Thank you. Jamie's on the
So near Pops, and thank you for using Pops, that was my lap for this too. Perfect. Not that I'm there 3 times a week, but so that, you're exactly right. The one we're talking about, so Stonehill College being here, this is Washington and Maine, and this is the piece of property where we'd be putting that other substation.
Hilliards.
Across the street.
Across the street from Hilliard's,
Yep.
Okay.
to allow for the response times that we've already mapped through and know would meet the requirements of our first responders.
Wow.
As I think a little bit about how you potentially position this with the voters in town, I would implore you to also kind of think back to the last town meeting where we had a lot of pushback on open space. You're taking open space away by the sale of the schools or turning center school into whatever the discussion enabled. So I've seen the presentations in the past, and you have plans to use an unutilized piece of land in Five Corners, turn it into the DPW facility and the facility for our fine women in the first response group. but also you had plans for that open space, turning that into open space, giving that back to the community, whether it was the community room or the walking trails. So I think
Yes,
people.
walking trails are
Yeah.
part of that.
Right.
The goal here is that the land is on municipal, we're not touching the conservation
Right.
land, to be super clear. But by building a building there, you could have public safety and you could have safe lit trail access
Yes.
into the Gill property.
You know, it's easy for us in the finance committee and for you, having gone through this for the period of time that you have to say, it makes financial sense. And I'm privileged enough to be close enough to the facilities where I can see them, and it makes visual sense as well. I think just making sure that the community knows that there is benefits beyond the financial side,
Sure.
that they're gonna have opportunities to participate more in outdoor space.
Yes,
That's a good point.
and also a community room.
The community room especially, yeah.
Police
Right.
fire, because having a cart everyone here off-site, and
Yeah.
we just don't have adequate meeting space for our boards, for our committees. The schools have built some of that into, but we need to address that.
And clearly a car seat room, because Captain. Quite a bit, but, you know.
No, I think we're good with that. We have one.
I just think the sell to the community is, hey, it's money, but it's also, you've got clean roads. These guys do a fantastic job of taking down any issues post-storms in a very timely manner. We've invested in our kids, let's invest now in the men and women who help us make this community great, as well as give back some free space to you on an unused piece of land.
As part of the planning process in that area too, did you also look at change the traffic patterns? Because Five Corners is pretty busy, and not only after it's built, but during the construction phase. Is that part of that, or is that?
That would be more in the detailed design phase, but Depot Street has one of the highest vehicle capacity
In Easton?
In Easton. It'll be done. There won't be any more construction on it. So that is one of the reasons why it's actually attractive for first responders in particular.
That, and we're able to tie into sewer at that location versus Center School where we were unable to.
All right, let's get to the
end
the
of
last
the
couple of
evening.
items, the end of the road here, annual town meeting warrant draft.
Sure, thank you. So everyone was sent a copy. This is just hopefully ministerial part of 14 hours of meetings. Wendy, I don't think we're ready for Article 5, which is supplemental. Okay, so we're going to skip right over Article 5, which is supplementing fiscal 23 budgets. Select board will get that perhaps Monday. We'll go to the finance committee and have a town meeting if there's anything there.
Yeah, okay.
Article 6 is a vote of recommendation on the operating budgets, which you've been presented in detail over the past 2 nights. I would respectfully ask for a vote from each of the bodies to
Motion
select
to
board
recommend.
include and recommend, and from the finance committee to recommend if you're willing.
Well, I didn't hear you, Mike. He was
Motion to
talking.
recommend.
Second.
So DePietro and Jenkins?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Unanimous?
Anybody? No?
I'm just saying that so Michael can hear for the minutes.
Oh.
All right, from the select board?
Motion to approve the operational budget?
I'm sorry not to be a stickler, but to include and
To
recommend.
include and recommend, I apologize, yep.
Second, Stebbins.
So that's Bodger and Stebbins, all in favor? Unanimous.
Thank you. Article 7 is the capital budget, which we just presented. Same thing, this is the warrant article associated with what you have been presented. Again, from the select board, if you're willing, I would request a vote to include and recommend, and from the finance committee, a vote to recommend if you are willing.
Vote to recommend DePietro.
Do I have a second?
To include and recommend?
We don't have to
Yeah,
include.
you include,
You
we just
include.
recommend.
Was that DeNapoli for a second?
Yes.
All those in favor? Thank you.
Motion to include and recommend the capital budget.
Second, Stebbins.
So that's Bodger and Stebbins, all in favor? Unanimous.
And 9?
Article 9, this is an authorization for the town through the select board and/or school committee to enter into a lease agreement to do roof-mounted solar at Village James Elementary. Anyone involved in the planning on that? That was one of the aspects that was built into the design and now constructed, which is that the roof has the strength and the conduits necessary to do roof-mounted solar. As part of our ongoing climate efforts, we brought in an energy consultant to do an assessment of what's called our Schedule Z allocation, which is the net metering credits and other solar-related credits we earn through our roof-mounted solar and other purchasing agreements. This would give the necessary authorization for the town through this group, as well as working with the superintendent of school committee, to procure roof-mounted solar through likely a power purchase agreement. We would not, and we would lease a roof, not own the panels typically, which is the model we've used in the past, and it would generate what we estimate around 24,000 of annual savings with no upfront acquisition costs, generate 337,000-ish kilowatt hours per year, which would be behind the meter and account for what we think is maybe 70% of the power consumed by that building. If we move forward at that point with our existing portfolio, the town will be nearing 78% of its public building energy consumption will be from solar. So we'll be 4/5 of the way to no fossil fuel based energy and electricity in our public buildings.
Connor, one question before Mike approves it. I know that there was I might be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure we didn't do this in the initial round because of the existing tax structures that were there, that it wasn't as advantageous based on the tax credits that we were getting at that point. Has that expanded, or is it just a different calculation?
So thankfully, we have a consultant who knows all of the ins and outs of this, but this would not be under the SREC program, which is what we used to use. It's through
Right.
something called the SMART program under the Department of Energy Resources, which is why it would be behind the meter.
Got
This
it.
is not called net metering, it's called alternative on-bill credits. I think Beth would be proud that I got that right. So this is using a different approach.
Got it.
Where we would be able to still actualize a financial and environmental benefit.
Thank you.
Motion to recommend Article 9 to Petro.
Second, Jenkins.
All those in favor? Thank you.
Motion to include and recommend Article 9.
Second.
Roger and Stebbins, all in favor? Unanimous.
She says unanimous, you don't say
No
unanimous.
further business?
I never know.
Do you want,
Motion to adjourn.
do you want to make your motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn to Petro.
Second, Lamb.
All those in favor?
Petro and Lamb, unanimous? And on this side?
Go ahead.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Oh, no, Stebbins and Barger, all in
Train them
favor?
to
Unanimous.
look right
Excellent.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. It's a long week.
Good job. Good job.